Welcome to Yellow Brick Road. I am Jordan, and today we're going to watch a Tucker Carlson 9/11 video. I believe this one is specifically about Building 7, which should be interesting. But first, we're going to look at some other stuff. First, don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate to all the links in the description box. Also, check out the Discord link if you want to join that. All opinions welcome, so please do that. And everything you see here, not everything, but the links that you see in this video will be shared in the description box as well, so take advantage of that. All right. So I used this in my last video with Kyle Kolensky, but I kind of put it like somewhere like in the middle of the video, so maybe people don't see it or they miss it. So you know what? I'm gonna kick off with this one because it's fucking funny, and apparently it's real. Here we go.
Everything's corrupt, but enjoy it.
Think you're better than me, Paul? You think because you're hanging here all day, you're higher than me, you're better than me? Yeah, well, I want to miss you. You're not. I'm a bodyguard. I can think. Yeah, you are not better than me at all. Yeah, I'll teach you.
It's the runaway after that always gets me. And by the way, that is apparently Ben Shapiro.
Hey, Paul, huh? You're gonna pick on me all day and night? Well, watch this.
Boom! He just runs out of the the way he has to go through like a labyrinth to run out of there is the funniest thing ever. Just like avoid objects and shit.
Maybe that explains his position. But Jordan, I'm trying so hard not to have, celebrate someone else's suffering, and you're tempting me very
Oh,
badly.
come on. If your friend slips on a banana peel but they're safe at the end of the day, it's fucking funny. Come on.
Maybe that explains why he's a sociopathic monster, because he got a head injury. Huh? Did you ever think of that?
I don't think he's a sociopathic monster. I think he's a brainwashed dweeb. Brainwashed by whatever. His parents, by whatever, groups at school, political groups, whatever. I smell brainwash though. I don't think he's like fully like lacking in emotion. He's just trained to not show emotion during certain ideas happening in the world. That's my guess.
I guess we can't know for sure, but my take is that he's a little more aware, but who knows? God knows for sure.
Well, no, I think he's aware of what's happening. I just think he's like, oh, no, this is the way things are supposed to be. So thus, you don't feel like an emotion about it because of your whatever brainwashing conditioning, whatever you want to call it. But let's keep it moving.
So,
Good. Oh, good. Go ahead.
Well, so he was brainwashed into sociopathy. Okay.
Probably brainwashed selective sociopathy. But like if his kid skinned their knee, he'd be like, "Oh no!" Right? He'd be sad about it or something. Or if someone he cares about got hurt, I think he would care about it. He's not quite Candace Owens to me, where it's like, "Oh my god, wow, oh you're hurt, aren't you? Oh no," or just screams fake. That's what I'm just saying. Either way, that punching bag one. All right, let's move on to what appears to be a sighting of the reincarnation of George Washington. as they flow towards the deep dark waters towards Portland to begin the revolution.
Dude, what the fuck, man? These AI videos are getting more realistic every time, man.
This is the Groiper Rebellion.
No. These are the Antifa Portland, and they're here to insurrect the country. No, trust me.
Protected.
Have you, wait. Amy? You have not seen the notorious frog from Portland that was dancing in front of ICE people and all that shit. Right? Nick's in favor of that. Nick's in favor of rounding people up and throwing them in cages and exporting them out of the country. All right? But the frog, the new frog, I guess, is a Portland meme because Trump's like, look what's going on. There's burning buildings. There's people destroying each other. There's fights. There's death all over the place. So then people started showing up in animal outfits and like dancing and playing music and shit like that.
I guess you
It's
can't
like-
call a frog a furry, can you?
I guess not. But it's not. It wasn't in the sense of like them being furries. I think it was in the sense of this is a joke. You're gonna
Yeah.
bring about the Insurrection Act because there's frogs and unicorns and dinosaur outfits. I saw Barney, by the way. People in Barney outfits. Because of that, you're gonna do the Insurrection Act and put the military on the streets to deal with Americans. And they're playing like dance music. They're doing the fucking electric slide out there and shit. Or what's the other joint called? Slide to the left, slide to the right. Cha-cha now, y'all. That fucking thing. Everybody clap your hands. Fuck the Mets. But yeah, that shit is out there. Like it's just kids like being silly as like their protest tactic now. And the symbol of it is the frog, where he's just dancing. He's doing dance moves and shit like that. And these fools are trying to spray like the mace or whatever it's called. They try to spray the mace through his breathing hole as this guy's like dancing and like maneuvering around and shit like that. It just looks hilarious. And it's just like, it's like kind of spitting in the face of what these guys are telling us is going on out there. But anyways, it gets weirder. And this one might actually get me copyrighted. I don't know if this song's original or not, but I'm gonna play it anyways. Oh wait, we need some volume for this.
Oh fuck! I recognize the song.
Lay down. Never heard this song
Sweet
before.
Home Alabama.
No, it's not. Watch your tongue, K2C. It is not Sweet Home Alabama. If you're an American ambassador, raise your hand.
The scrolls keep on turning. Just 2 days and we are through. Then we start from the beginning. Hashem's holy words begin anew.
They just can't do it though.
Yeah, he can't. This guy can't sing, obviously.
And we want to help it thrive.
I have no idea if Huckabee's like on beat or not.
Based right here in God's holy
These musicians can't.
throughout this land, it's saving lives.
They're not performers. They're not charismatic.
Jerusalem, yeah, where God's words ring so true. Sweet home Jerusalem, Lord, I'm coming home to you.
All right, before I get sued out of existence because of this obvious #1 platinum song. Dave, you
Fair
can't.
use, fair use. We needed to look at a sample so we could discuss it for cultural and social impact. Fair use doctrine. Don't forget YouTube.
That's right, YouTube. And Dave DeCamp's like, this is too much. It's like over the top. Like, what the fuck? Like a cartoon, bro. All right. Now let's move on to the serious stuff. I just wanted to, bring some smiles here before I bring the cries. Let's move on to the serious stuff. Now we've been talking about the alleged peace deal between Israel and Gaza, or I guess actually it's not even between Israel and Gaza. It's between Israel and Hamas. Now people were questioning whether or not the ceasefire would hold. If mainly towards like Israel, are they going to stick to the deal or are they going to break it? Maybe get their hostages back, which they did in phase 1 in January, right? Or they got their hostages back and then went back to bombing, cutting off electricity, cutting off water, cutting off aid, and bombing the shit out of them. And once again, I'm not trying to be Mr. Downside. I'm just trying to be realistic and honest about this stuff. So, like I said, in January, phase 1 happened, right? They got some hostages back. And then as time went by, they start off like a couple deaths here or there. They went from like bullets to shelling to, okay, the ceasefire's over. Now we're just straight up bombing, which is what happened. I guess people mark out March, but there was plenty of things happening beforehand. And this is not a good start to this new quote unquote peace deal if things like this are happening, right? Israel kills 9 Palestinians in violation of Gaza ceasefire, attacks target civilians, inspecting their damaged homes. And yes, I've looked into that. I'll link all this so you can see the article itself. That was one of the big things I saw, which was people, like, once again, there's people looking to see if their house got, like, destroyed or not. A lot of them did. And in the midst of that, people were killed. Their excuse, almost like the GHF aid sites, where maybe they step out of line a little bit, and they get shot for that, or maybe they don't step out of line, and they get shot. And this looks like the same thing, as far as them inspecting their or looking for their own homes and seeing if it's intact or not. And if you step out of line a little bit, not violently, not with a weapon, just out of the designated area just a little bit, you get shot. Or people are sitting back and shelling the empty houses, which has been a thing the entire time. You might get hit by something. And in Western nations, in kind of quasi-isolated incidences, 9 people dying in 24 hours is a travesty. It's an event. But here, that's a low number for a day. Very low number for a day. In the midst of all this stuff, we were seeing 80, 90, 100, 100 and something dying per day. And once again, to bring it back to the January ceasefire, it started out this way. People were reporting after that January ceasefire, like, hey, this person got shot and killed. That person got shot and killed. Now it's 5 people got shot and killed. Then it's 10. Then it's 20. Then it's 30. And then, they cut off the electricity and water. They're straight up back to bombardments. And I believe part of why this is happening is because of another idea, which is the deceased hostages that Hamas had. And it was well known. Did I play that on a video for any? I don't think I played it on video, but there was a Drop Site News live stream with Jeremy Scahill and there's 2 other people, like academic types, maybe. And one of the guys said, like, okay, for the alive hostages, okay, you can hand them over. But the ones that are deceased will take time to actually get to and locate and all that stuff, because they're in the middle of being bombarded with bombs all the time. So it might take time to find them. But if you're a devil-worshipping fuckface, like the Netanyahu administration is, they may use that as an excuse to harm people. As you can see here, it's just reiterating what we saw there. 17 injured added to that. Israel also announced it will close the Rafah crossing tomorrow, suspending humanitarian aid until the bodies of Israeli captives are returned, even though its own forces bulldoze burial sites and erase the area's traces. Like I said, you can kind of see the image here. I don't know what this picture is of, but let's be honest, a lot of Gaza looks like this. A lot of rubble and buildings torn down. So, yeah, it'll be hard if someone got, because they're deceased already, left behind or whatever. it'll be hard to locate all those people. But let's not be stupid here. Most likely, they are using anything as an excuse to continue destroying Gaza. And here from Jeremy Scahill. During Gaza negotiations, Israel understood it would take time to recover all bodies of deceased captives. A specific mechanism for recovering the bodies was agreed. Now Israel is pretending that didn't happen so it can violate the deal and cut the agreed aid shipments in half. And by the way, the original aid, once again, I'm not an expert. These are things I'm hearing and reading and seeing from other people. That the agreed upon aid to Gaza, or allowed to be like entering Gaza, was actually the minimum of aid, as far as like what would be actually needed for everyone, like the bare minimum of that. Imagine taking that and cutting it in half. And don't worry, I'm sure Trump is keeping his eye on that one. I'm sure he is. I'm sure he'll do something about this. But oops. To add on top of this, because of the Kyle Kalinske video I did yesterday, of him saying, well, Joe Rogan should have just swallowed his pride and says, hey, man, I should have voted for Kamala Harris. That was Kyle's last assessment of all this. And let's hear her words. Here we go.
A lot of folks in your party have called what's happening in Gaza
Jordan Peele.
genocide. Do you agree with that?
I think that, listen, it is a term of law that a court will decide, but I will tell you that when you look at the number of children that have been killed, the number of innocent civilians that have been killed, the refusal to give aid and support, we should all step back and ask this question and be honest about it. Yeah.
So, once again, in her comfy position, where she's not the vice president, she still doesn't call it a genocide, by the way, which is, like she says, like a lawful body, a criminal court that has been judged already. You have the latest fuck UN. You have the latest fuck ICJ, the ICC. They're still late, but they're still ahead of Kamala Harris and Bernie Sanders. Let's be honest. And it's like these things like beg the question, by the way, of like, wait a minute. Weren't you in office during the majority of this stuff? And you couldn't do anything about that? So like someone actually made the point of what if you did call it a genocide? But you saw the most time like overseeing it as the biggest funders of Israel. Definitely weapon-wise. So, you see right there, 15 months, right? Thanks, Kyle. We should have voted for her instead. Thanks, man. Anyways, those are things I just wanted to show you before we get to the, I guess, main story, the title story here, of reacting to Tucker Carlson's 9/11 files from cover-up to conspiracy, episode 4, which I think they focus on Building 7. I have not watched a second of this, so this will be all a real reaction. Let me turn the closed caption on for people that just want to. And once again, everything will be linked in the description box. If you don't want to hear us talking over the video or pausing the video and saying things, if you just want to watch it cleanly or by itself, everything will be linked in the description box. So please take advantage of that. All right. Without further ado, here's Tucker Carlson on his episode 4, I guess, of a 9/11 series, the 9/11 files. Here we go.
If you wanted
That
conspiracy,
is fucking loud. Holy Christ. That is way too loud. I apologize, guys. Let's try that again. There we go.
If you wanted conspiracy theories to flourish after the
Still out, but
9/11
okay.
attacks, here's what you'd do. You'd suppress video evidence of the attacks themselves. You'd ship the rubble from the attacks overseas immediately without looking at it. You'd call everyone who disputed the official narrative crazy or a criminal. You'd engage in a campaign of very obvious lies about the attacks. You'd do everything you could to prevent an actual investigation into what happened. You'd avoid any public trials. And when you captured and killed the perpetrator, you'd show no photos or video evidence of the raid that killed him, and then you'd dump his body into the middle of the ocean. Then you'd...
No, Tucker, they flushed him down the ocean. Shout out to Patrice O'Neill. They flushed him down the ocean. Like he's a bag of cocaine in Goodfellas. I might include that in the description box. The fucking, Opie and Anthony with Patrice O'Neill. And they do the whole Goodfellas thing.
Karen, we needed that terrorist, Karen. I'm sorry.
All right, here we go.
use the attack to justify the invasion of a completely unrelated country on behalf of a foreign power. In other words, you do exactly what the US government did in the wake of 9/11. It's possible that there are people who wanted conspiracy theories to thrive. The more far out, the better. The more time people spend wondering about directed energy weapons, the less time they focus on the obvious, the facts hiding in plain sight. And the main fact that they are ignoring is our government's central role in facilitating those attacks. We established this in episode 1 of this series, and the extreme levels of incompetence that made it possible for bin Laden from Kandahar, Afghanistan, to pull off the most sophisticated terror attacks in history. On the other hand, not all the wildest theories about 9/11 are crazy. Some of them raise legitimate questions about what happened. And in this episode, we'll go through those theories one by one and explain using primary source documents, interviews with CIA officials, contemporary news reports, exactly what we know about those theories. The North Tower of the World Trade Center collapsed at 10:28 a.m. on the morning of 9/11. And when it did...
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so like that, there's this turd in the punch bowl theory. So, you know, when you control the media and the discourse and you can say a lone gunman killed JFK and it's very tragic and it's all tied up and neat and don't ask any questions with these 3 anchors at 3 networks. And that's pretty much the only, you know, reporting or whatever. You don't have to do this, but when there's a lot of different sources of information, then you have to have other tactics, and one of them is to put out crazy theories so that you get people to just discount, you know, investigate. They're doing that to Candace right now. Like, she's just being very open and saying, well, there's people raising this and people raising that. And there's this trap door, and then they paid over the thing where Charlie Kirk was killed. And, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean something, but if you were investigating, you would be looking at all the weird things and then seeing which ones mattered and not. And then they mock it and say that it's this crazy theory. Anyway, that's just like a tactic of silencing inquiry when there is the mechanism of communication.
Oh, yeah, I agree. Now, when it comes down to the actual, like, what are we supposed to do if all that's happening? Like, well, investigate everything and be honest. Be honest if you never heard of a certain theory. Be honest if you have heard of a certain theory. Be honest if you don't believe a certain theory. But don't look past everything because, you know, modern Walter Cronkite says, no, don't worry. It's like the official story is the official story. Follow this. Or if an influencer in new era shit, right? An influencer on Twitter or YouTube or whatever the fuck says, don't investigate that. You can't do that. As much as I want to blame those guys for putting those ideas out there, of like, don't examine anything, it is up to the viewer. It's always been up to you guys. Like I will not dismiss the idea, like she said with Charlie Kirk. I won't dismiss trapdoor thing, or he got shot from behind, or the security guards are in on it, or whatever. Or if it was straight up just Tyler Robinson somehow shooting a magic bullet and killing Charlie Kirk that way. Like, all theories should be open because you're trying to find the truth, not because you're trying to satisfy your own mind or your own comforts. The point is to try to find the truth, right? That means you should be open to every fucking idea you hear about this stuff, right? Doesn't mean you don't believe, like, hey, this is full of shit, or I like this idea. Doesn't mean that. It just means, like, you have to consider it at the very least. If you dismiss it outright, offhand, like without even looking into it, what's the point of you even looking into this shit then? You're kind of pointless at that point to me. But yeah, I agree. Okay.
Can I just also add that Tucker Carlson, he panders, he does this thing where, these crazy theories, and to get himself credibility. So there's this tactic of stepping on other people and mocking them and feeding into this whole way of doing business instead of saying, well, we looked at this, but we didn't see evidence to support it. So we're ruling that out, with humility, because maybe we're wrong, but that's what we saw. And so we don't find that impressive. And another thing that was done in the 9/11 movement, though, is that people who had certain theories were very abrasive and would, be territorial and say, my theory's right, your theory's wrong, and create division around that. And I'm sure some of those were agents meant to just dispirit people who were trying to find answers and to just make the movement chaotic and irrational. Anyway.
That's fair enough. I would just say, soak in as much information as you can if you're really like dedicated to understanding the topic itself. That's what I would say, but everyone be themselves, I guess. But all right, here we go. Here's more Tucker. Here we go.
Trade Center collapsed at 10:28 a.m. on the morning of 9/11, and when it did, burning debris fell and damaged several of the buildings around it, including a building called World Trade Center Building Number 7. It was a 47-story steel frame high-rise located about a football field's length away on the other side of Vesey Street. Interestingly, there was a building between the North Tower and Building 7. That building did not collapse. The collapse of Building 7 is completely unaddressed in the 9/11 Commission report. 577 pages, but no explanation as to why Building 7 fell. And that provoked very obvious questions. People have been talking about it for the last 24 years.
And if you watch some of these pieces, you can actually see them turning to dust before they hit the ground.
A steel building doesn't fall into its own footprint because a plane hit another building a couple hundred yards away.
I did not see a plane. They said the plane hit the first building, the second building just exploded.
The circumstances around Building 7's collapse and the near total absence of an explanation for why it collapsed provoked, in the end, a Senate investigation.
Start with Building 7. Again, I don't know that you can find structural engineers that would say that thing didn't come down in any other way than a controlled demolition.
Building 7 had a pretty amazing list of tenants. They included, ironically, the New York City Office of Emergency Management. That would be the agency responsible for responding to the 9/11 attacks. On the 9th and 10th floors of Building 7 were the New York Field Office of the United States Secret Service. The equipment and records they kept there were destroyed that day when the building collapsed. The building's 25th floor was home to a secret CIA office. Its records were also destroyed. Across the 25th floor was the Department of Defense office. It's unclear exactly what it was doing there. Building 7 was one of just 3 buildings that collapsed that day. The collapse of the other 2, the Twin Towers, got extensive coverage in the 9/11 report, of course. But Building 7 was almost entirely ignored. It's worth remembering that even on the morning of the 9/11 attacks, there were very prominent people already doubting whether a plane could take down a steel frame building.
I said, how could a plane, even a 767 or 747 or whatever it might have been, how could it possibly go through the steel? I happen to think that they had not only a plane, but they had bombs that exploded almost simultaneously, because I just can't imagine anything being able to go through that wall. It just seemed to me that to do that kind of destruction is even more than a big plane, because you're talking about taking out steel, the heaviest caliber steel that was used on a building. I mean, these buildings were rock solid.
One reason the 9/11 Commission may have
like, damn, could he do anything about that right now? Could he? Did he try?
God bless.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, I love using my dumb guy logic. As much as there's all these theories out here, I use my dumb guy logic sometimes. The Ron Johnson guy we just saw, I guess he's in Congress or something like that. I think he'd do more to make this a thing if he actually cares about it. If Trump cared about it, maybe he forgot he cared about it, which means he probably didn't really actually care about it. Kind of like a statement to say on the news, maybe. I don't know. It's a,
Jordan,
shoot
I'm
from the
going to
hip
push
opinion.
back on you. I want to push back on you for a second because, when you take a position in Congress that no one else agrees with and you fight for it, it can be very difficult. And then a lot of people in your district might not agree with it. And then they feel like you're squandering, their interests for your pet project. So it's not just so straightforward. Like, you're the elected representative. If you really care, you make it happen. I think we have to have a little more respect for the difficulty of being in it, not to let people off the hook, but to understand what do we have to do to make it so that it does get addressed. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's always up to
Like, what's the
populace, for
outside
sure.
pressure that we have?
For sure. I agree with that. But at the same time, don't let me get in there. We'll find out then, won't we? Because, like, I don't know. From my perspective, once again, that's me being, like, from my perspective, where it's like, if I was in there, I'd do this, I'd do this, I'd do this, I'd do this, and I'd take care of the constituents.
I know that's
my
what
mindset.
millennials do. Just teasing.
Stop it.
Just teasing. But what I want to say, though, is are you familiar with Trafficant and what he did? James Trafficant?
No.
Who seemed to have perished in a rather mysterious farm accident that people don't really understand. So some people think he was killed, but he was a congressman and he felt like they were doing this, going after this old guy, this old man in, his district or something, maybe not even his district, but no one would stand up for him. He was being claimed that he was a Nazi and he was being brought to Israel to stand trial for crimes that allegedly took place in Germany, how many decades ago, with what provenance of evidence and all that kind of stuff, chain of custody, So, he was being persecuted, that man, and Trafficant stood by him and tried to help have him treated fairly in a very difficult media environment, and he was persecuted for doing it. And then I'm sure a lot of people in his district felt like, yeah, I know that's important, but we're supposed to be fighting for our jobs and everything. So I think you might be naive about how much power they actually have. I don't.
It's not about how much power they have governmental wise. It's about the platforms you have. Really I don't think they're getting the most out of their platforms. I don't think Bernie is. I don't think AOC is. I don't think that guy is. Essentially, going on Benny Johnson. I mean, you should know already with that fucking dude. But something tells me that the guy is. I don't know him. I don't know the guy, but something tells me that this is kind of a side topic instead of equally important to every other topic he tries to legislate or talk about publicly.
Well, the other thing, this guy, I think he's the same guy that was doing some COVID investigations, and he brought those people in the trials into a hearing, and they were being ignored. So they were harmed in the trials and then given no support and told it was in their head and things, some with very debilitating injuries from the trials. I think he's the same guy. I'll look it up. It's Johnson.
I believe so. Ron Johnson?
Yeah, I think it's the same guy. So, I mean, he might be taking on a lot of, he might be kicking several hornets' nests, which make it harder to, follow anyone through.
Listen, we only give dumb fucks excuses. We get no excuse. You're trying to do the right thing. You can always work harder. We know that shit. But at the same time, I'm still empathetic. Yeah, maybe he's trying to juggle too many things or whatever the fuck. I understand that. But I personally, intuitively feel as though you could do something better. In my opinion, once again. And Benny Johnson that's a weird one for me. With that guy's the way I've watched that guy move around. I'm like, ugh. That guy ain't that guy, bro. For the truth-telling platform, if you will. But all right, let's keep going. Once again, I'd honestly look up if you're gonna look him up. I'd look up hey, does he pledge fealty to the Trump administration? That'd be another negative sign to me. That'd be like, huh? Are you here for real? What are you actually doing here? I understand big topics like 9/11 or COVID, But like, what's going on the in-between? Where the hero guy doesn't let anything slip by him. Ever. But anyways, here we go.
That was used on a building. I mean, these buildings were rock solid.
One reason the 9/11 Commission may have effectively ignored the collapse of Tower 7 is because even now we don't really know much about it. On the morning of September 11th, Lower Manhattan was cut off from the public with military-style checkpoints.
For 9/11, right?
World Trade Center Building 7 collapsed that afternoon at 5:20 p.m. Video that has been widely circulated appears to show it falling symmetrically into its own footprint. Several buildings closer to the Twin Towers, meanwhile, remain standing. That's odd. And then the debris was removed immediately and shipped to Asia. That's even stranger.
I remember that with Giuliani. He was the mayor of New York at the time, and they were kind of shipping things out. I can't say I know why, but it definitely rings weird to me. But then again, I'm not a part of the inter-city governmental, that type of shit. I have no idea. And also, I think the free fall speed thing was like, it said it free fell for a certain amount of time, which is enough to leave questions of like, how does that happen? All right, it could have, like, as it was falling, it could have turned, sideways, right, or lopsided in a way, where maybe it looks more organic. But I believe, like, the architects and engineer guys, they're saying like, oh, it fell in free fall for enough of time and space for it to be like, that's questionable right there. That doesn't make sense unless they fucking took out layers of the building.
Yeah, because what you're saying is it fell at free fall speed into its own path of most resistance, which is the stuff underneath. So a building is a structural thing made out of structural materials with structural integrity. To get rid of them, to have them fall into their footprint without hitting other buildings in a busy area when they want to take out a building, it's a very difficult thing where they have to carefully do it. So you're right, so it doesn't topple. To free fall as if nothing's in the way, going directly into the path of where the stuff meant to hold it up is anomalous, to say the least, from a engineering material science point of view. So
yeah. And once again, I keep it to the idea of like at least a portion of time going by and the building falling where physically it's moving in free fall speed at any point would be sus. That's why I go with that, because sometimes you can see images of the building like kind of leaning a bit, or it falling like
if you're
one
gonna
side falling before the
that
other.
It failed. If it like structurally failed and collapsed like a stack of records or something that were just separated and then they collapsed onto each other like floors, then that takes time for the resistance to build and then the failure mechanism to be invoked. And then if it's like boom, 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 floor after floor as it progresses down, that's going to take time. That's not going to be free fall. So that's why that part is a problem.
Yeah. All right, here we go. And here's about the material being moved, the debris being moved out, which is also a weird idea that I heard about this. It's about both buildings, by the way. It's not just 7. It's 1 and 2 as well. Here we go.
Appears to show it falling symmetrically into its own footprint. Several buildings closer to the Twin Towers, meanwhile, remain standing.
So it like kind of
That's
tilts
odd.
a bit.
And then the debris was removed immediately.
All you need is like that
and shipped
span
to
of
Asia.
time where it is
That's even
falling
stranger.
free fall.
Where is all the rubble gone? And have you been able to answer? Is there any way you can answer that question?
I'm sorry, Peter, I didn't get the question.
Okay, I apologize. Jackie Judd and several other people keep asking us, when you look at where the towers used to stand, there is surprisingly so little rubble. Where did all the rubble go?
It's a very good question, Peter, and I have asked some people who've been doing some of the rescue and recovery work this morning. If you look behind me, you can see the very remains, the skeletal remains of the World Trade Center. And one volunteer, Robert Gerlinsky, explained to me the reason there's so little rubble is that all of it simply fell down into the ground and was pulverized, evaporated. Now, I should say, though, for the last several hours, there's been a steady stream of dump trucks and other very large vehicles carrying out debris.
According to a New York Times article published 5 months after the attacks, quote,
Can I
an
speak
unknown...
to this real quick?
Yeah, good.
So again, if you have a failure and that causes a compression and then a cascade of compressions, that does not make dust. That does not make things evaporate, converted into dust. Like these workers were reporting that the biggest thing they were seeing is like half of a phone keypad for a desk phone. I know you never saw that, but imagine what that might look like. So it's a few inches. And so what blew up all this? Okay, that's not something just structural failure and collapse, and the pressure of the weight of the things above destroying and turning to powder the things below. That's not how structural failure happens. So that does not make any sense from a material science point of view. Anyway, go ahead.
Yes, and there's definitely some of the ideas out there. I think part of Ryan Dawson's idea is the idea of things being pulverized and like beams like flying out from the first 2 trade centers falling and hitting Building 7. Like, there's so much fucking velocity and the mass of the object just hitting the building. Like all these things are happening to that building. That's why it fell, I believe.
But and you cannot have things having a sideways trajectory if there's no toppling. Because what is giving the force that's going in the plane as opposed to up down, the vertical horizontal, what is taking you to the side without explosion? You need explosion to make that happen, to get beams, girders on roofs of other buildings, hundreds of meters away. So that does not make sense either.
Yeah. And once again, I'm just going to throw out random theories here alongside all that. There was what's her name? Judy something. The lady did like a dustification idea where things actually just vaporized.
Judy Wood, Weetabix theory, something about energy weapons or something.
Yes, and it was like dustification was the idea she was saying, where some sort of special weapon hit the buildings and kind of vaporized them.
Yeah, I think the best evidence is what Stephen Jones said from Brigham Young University. He got fired over it, eventually pushed out. But he said in analyzing the dust from samples from different people from their like windowsill or whatever, they found traces of a highly engineered explosive material called nanothermite. And so assuming he's telling the truth and the chain of custody was valid, that these people actually found it where they said, which is difficult, but they could have all been agents or something that managed to get this material and sneak it in. I don't know, but assuming that's correct, that is very plausible, because you make this very explosive material that when heat, subjected to heat, it would overcome the barrier to explode. And you're just, if you put it in paint, you're depositing it all over the place, and then you'd have it in place, ready to go on the day, and the fire might start it, and then people did report explosions in the building. Anyway, I think that's...
No, I've heard that theory. In fact, I might have covered that on this channel, or you listen to this. He's like I don't know where he's from, maybe Denmark or Norway or Switzerland or something like that. This guy talking to CNN, actually, getting an interview with CNN, where he knew, he's like, yo, I'm bringing in my own cameraman, my own whatever, video team, whatever, to also simultaneously record this interview, not just you by yourself, CNN. I forgot the guy's name, and he talked about nanothermite. It's quite interesting. Of this CNN guy trying to I guess outscience that dude. Although I have heard theories, once again, this is all mystery to me, and I'm a novice. Theories of the idea of just paint itself just having something like that substance within it, just naturally, just normally having that, and that was what people were making for the account of nanothermite within the dust on people's cells or something like that.
This is a very sophisticated material where you have to put it in a very controlled environment, layer by layer, atomic layer by atomic layer, or a few layers of atoms, and then you switch to the other material, a few layers of atoms. And the point of doing this is to get a huge surface area between the two reactive materials. If you have a brick of a material next to another brick of a different material that would like to react and release a whole lot of energy, it's only at the surface that you're going to have the reaction, because there's a barrier to the parts away from the surface to get to the atoms of the different one so that they could release the energy when they react. But if you engineer it with a huge amount of surface by making like a baklava or a lasagna back and forth, and you have a tremendous amount of surface area. So it's much more explosive and much more
I understand.
able to explode and react on a much shorter time and release the energy at a much faster speed when you have that. And that is what they found in the dust. And that's not going to be in your random Sherman-Williams can of paint. So that is a joke. And how many times have we seen a fire and it didn't cause a building to blow up and shoot huge girders hundreds of meters?
I understand, but I feel the need to say it anyways because of my lack of understanding. Is that was one of the excuses that people were saying, not the government, but actually like whatever other researchers you want to call them, were saying things like that.
Well, that's why I'm here for you, Jordan. That's why I'm here.
What? Okay.
That's why your Gen X auntie is here.
Listen, the theories you just said, I already went over before. You fuck. Bring my pride out now. Acting like I didn't cover this shit before. How dare you?
Hey, but I do have a PhD in material science, so I'm talking real study and shit.
I don't, but I can ask questions. Thus, I can consider all theories like we said in the beginning of the fucking video. Listen, you're the scientist, I'm the poet. Let's continue.
Just admit you need me, and then we can carry on. And that's all I'm asking.
Listen, according to metric, when I hear it, that means I needed it. I always win. Anyways, here we go.
Of dump trucks and other very large vehicles carrying out debris.
Is that a pause?
According to a New York Times article published 5 months after the attacks, quote, an unknown number of steel columns has been sent off to mills as far away as Asia without ever having been examined or saved. This made it nearly impossible for engineers to answer the monumental questions of exactly why and how the buildings, designed to sustain a jet impact, completely collapsed. To the extent that any analysis of the debris was done at all, it was done by volunteers at a scrapyard in Jersey City, New Jersey. According to the New York Times, the deepest mystery uncovered in the investigation involves extremely thin bits of steel collected from the trade towers and from 7 World Trade Center, a 47-story high-rise that also collapsed for unknown reasons. The steel apparently melted away, but no fire in any of the buildings was believed to be hot enough to melt steel outright. 2 agencies.
My bad.
If you're talking, no one can hear you.
This is actually on. I'm like, I think I remembered the guy's name, Niels something. Bless me. Let's see if this works. Niels Young. I'm spelling his name wrong. There it is. Niels Jorgensen. Okay. Spelled that wrong. To make sure. Is this the right guy? It's not the right guy. Holy fuck. There's like a Thompson.
Is it Danny Yowenko?
No, it's a fucking like a guy from Denmark or something.
Jowenko, or no, he was an American.
I think it's Neil something. God dang it. This is the second search there. This guy right here. Niels Harrit. This is the guy right here. And he did like a interview with CNN. I covered this years ago. They probably deleted it. Oh, it's here. This is a portion of it right here. So I will link this, and hopefully you can find.
Your paper, was it published?
Hopefully you can find more from this, but I'll link this video. All right, let's get back to this. He talked about nanothermite as like his best theory for what happened there. But all right, here we go.
The buildings was believed to be hot enough to melt steel outright. 2 agencies investigated the collapse. One was FEMA, which relied on volunteers, and the other was NIST, the National Institute for Standards and Technology, funded by Congress. FEMA's explanation is that falling debris from the North Tower damaged the outer facade of Building 7 and started a series of fires in the lower floors. According to NIST, the collapse of the towers in the morning had damaged water mains, so the building's sprinkler systems failed. Since the building had been evacuated earlier in the morning and the fire department's resources were stretched to a breaking point by ongoing search and rescue missions, fire chiefs made the decision early on not to fight the fires that were burning in Building 7. According to the NIST report, thermal expansion of steel beams, not the complete melting of steel, caused the connections tying a crucial girder, girder 2001A, to column 79, and that joint failed. The girder walked 6¼ inches off its seat, and that precipitated what is known as a progressive collapse. That means that the collapse started in one area and then spread downward due to gravity through the rest of the building. That's the explanation. There are 2 questions that come to mind, and both are obvious. First, if there was just one failure point, then why does video evidence show the building coming down symmetrically, all at once, at freefall acceleration, in what more closely resembles what's called a global collapse, where all the supporting columns are severed simultaneously? The second question is, how have other steel frame buildings around the world, similar in design to that in Tower 7, fared during fires? In 1991, for example, the 38-story One Meridian Plaza in Philadelphia had an 8-floor fire that burned for 18 hours, and yet the building didn't collapse. In 1988, the 62-story First Interstate Bank building in Los Angeles had a massive fire that started on the 12th floor. There was no structural failure. In 2017, the 24-story Grenfell Tower in London burned for over 24 hours. And yet the internal steel withstood the fire. So why then did Building 7 collapse after just 7 hours of burning, in a way that no steel frame building anywhere in the world has ever collapsed? With the support of a group called Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, Professor Leroy Hulsey of the University of Alaska at Fairbanks conducted an independent study whose findings were released in 2020. Professor Hulsey found that office fires of the kind in Building 7 on 9/11 could not have produced sufficient thermal expansion to cause the crucial girder to fail. It's impossible, he found. And more significantly, he and his team found that NIST's explanation does not account for what anyone can see on video, which is that the entire building came down all at once, not in a progressive collapse, but in a total collapse. Something else, therefore, must have triggered the downfall. There's only one thing that could have triggered a collapse like the one we saw on television, and that is a controlled demolition. That was his conclusion. Our ability to analyze the collapse is limited by the video that we have. We don't have footage of the south side of the building where the fires were, because the cameras there were likely destroyed or obstructed by the collapse of the Twin Towers. One issue with the controlled demolition hypothesis is that the widely circulated video of the building coming down is selectively edited. In fact, the building did not exactly collapse all at once. It came down in 2 stages. What you're seeing now is the full video of the collapse. It shows the penthouse collapsing first, and then very quickly, the rest of the building going. The unedited video leaves more questions than it answers. It calls into question the official NIST narrative, but it doesn't conclusively show a controlled demolition either. Because of how quickly authorities shipped the rubble overseas, we did not get a thorough investigation into the destruction. But one group of scientists did collect and test 4 samples of dust and debris collected by a Manhattan resident about 10 minutes after the collapse of the Second World Trade Center tower, 2 the next day, and a 4th about a week later. In 2009, they published the results of their study in the Open Chemical Physics Journal. In those samples, the scientists found distinctive red-gray chips full of highly energetic and thermitic material. In other words, they found traces of explosive compounds. To its credit, NIST's report did investigate multiple hypothetical blast scenarios, but found it would be impossible to carry out on any floor in the building without detection. It would have required removing or cutting columns with welding torches and placing wires for demolition. NIST found that window breakage patterns on visible floors was not at all like expected from a blast. NIST did not test residue from the attacks for thermite, but did note that thermite burns slowly relative to explosive materials and would require several minutes in contact with a massive steel section to heat it to a temperature that would result in substantial weakening. Additionally,
now that's what I understood. I saw people like do like tests on this stuff, and it looked like sparks instead of like kaboom. That makes sense.
Yeah, so
right?
there's a difference between thermite and nanothermite, which is this highly engineered, much higher surface to volume ratio. So when you see them put the thermite on top of a car and melt through the engine block, and it takes a little while, that's thermite. But no one has access to go to the store and buy the nanothermite and show you what that does. And so that's what we need to.
That is fair enough. Once again, I'm not trying to argue with Amy. I'm just throwing out ideas that I've heard, as much as I've heard, for the sake of that. I have no idea, personally. But I also haven't seen, once again, more on my level, where I think of things. I have not seen substantial, actual investigation of it. And that's the same thing with like something like Charlie Kirk thing. Like, why is it always like these things go down and they like almost destroy evidence as fast as possible,
right?
over and over and over again, and like that's just gonna
thing,
beg for people being sus about it. Yeah, go ahead.
Just where they're like dismissing this and saying, "Oh, well, we know how thermite," but this isn't the normal thermite material. So is it, is that intentionally dishonest? People are kind of suspicious of the government reports trying to silence the.
Well, that was one of the video experiments I saw. I don't know if these guys were sus or if they were just regular dudes. Either way, like they were like, in our conclusion, you have to be like actually inside the beam for this thermite shit to actually work and destroy the beam, like actually like break it. But you're saying there's a difference between that and nanothermite, which, once again, that would make sense to me. And I leave questions for all of it. It's just that's what those guys did. I'm just repeating it. Basically. God.
What do we need to investigate World Trade Building 7 for? 18 Saudis and 3 Germans flew planes into buildings, and that means we need to attack Afghanistan.
I'm just, once again, just relying on my dumb guy. I know you're joking, but I'm relying on my dumb guy logic of like, guys, we can still investigate this if you actually want to like attempt to find out. You can actually investigate it. It's just no one actually does that. And then when something like you have 9/11, right, where it's like 2001, right, and they refuse to actually investigate it, or JFK from what was it, 1960 something. You have decades.
63.
63. Okay, you have years and decades right there. But then you have the Charlie Kirk thing. The very guy they're giving a Medal of Freedom to right now. Like I think today they gave that to him. It's like, well, that case is right there, and they're still doing the same thing of like, well, they kind of like not investigating these things that they claim to care about. So it's like, is there anything of importance worth investigating? Now that's just my dumb guy logic. Me as Jordan would be like, well, these guys do this shit on purpose, right? They try to hide these answers or abuse these stories for the sake of laws being passed, wars to be fought, on and so forth. I'm just saying, like, regular ass dumb guy logic would be like, wait a minute. 60s, 2001, 2025, all being treated kind of the same as far as like investigation goes. Seemingly. But the Charlie Kirk thing is still going on, obviously, right? No one's been convicted of anything yet. But still, it's like they're almost like taking the same path. And at some point, I would think people would be like, all right, enough of this shit, bro. Like, how much are you guys involved in this? Or or anything, right? Hey guys, we have big questions. You're not answering them. We're not moving until you give us an answer for it. That's what dumb guy logic like demands at these moments. But
So you said Charlie Kirk got the Medal of Freedom today?
I believe so. Yeah.
I guess Ron Paul's got good enough.
It's not about the. Less about the award. It's more so like you guys claim to care about him to give him a fucking trophy or a medal. You know, after he's dead and all that shit. He's so important to you. What happened to him? In fact, there's millions of people that care what happened to him. But you're not treating it as so. Just like 9/11. Just like JFK. 3 different time periods, all treated the same way. Like, you guys are too dumb to handle this, so we're going to keep this quiet. Apparently. And it's like, okay. It's like, rinse, repeat is what I'm saying. But, all right, let's keep going here. Here we go.
The massive steel section to heat it to a temperature that would result in substantial weakening. Additionally, they estimated that at least 0.13 pounds of thermite would be required to heat each pound of steel section to approximately 700 degrees Celsius, the temperature at which steel weakens substantially. Which means that if Building 7 were demolished using thermite, many thousands of pounds of thermite would need to have been placed inconspicuously ahead of time, remotely ignited and somehow held in direct contact with the surface of hundreds of massive structural components to weaken the building, making it an unlikely substance for achieving a controlled demolition. NIST also says that an explosion big enough to take down the building would have been considerably louder than any noises recorded around the time the building collapsed. Yet, eyewitness accounts say they did hear explosions inside the building.
All this time, I'm hearing all type of explosions.
Remember him?
All this time, I'm hearing explosions.
We attempted to interview that witness. His name was Barry Jennings, but he died at the untimely age of 53 just 2 days before NIST released its report on Tower 7. The film director Spike Lee attempted to cover this story in an HBO docuseries entitled NYC Epicenter's 9/11 to 2021 and a half. In an interview with the New York Times, Lee said the amount of heat that it takes to make steel melt, that temperature is not reached. And then the juxtaposition of the way the Building 7 fell to the ground, when you put it next to other building collapses that were demolitions, it's like you're looking at the same thing. For saying this, Lee was excoriated by the press, which usually lionizes him. He suggested that the official 9/11 narrative might be wrong, and for doing so, he was called an anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist by the Times of Israel. In the end, Lee re-edited his docuseries and removed portions that were skeptical of the official story of the collapse of Building 7. Where do you keep your most valuable possessions?
Oh,
not your
fucking.
That's an ad, but you know,
I know.
This is funny because why is he anti-Semitic for doubting the official story? He didn't say anything about, you know, Israel, Jews, AIPAC, anything, right? Yet he's anti-Semitic for questioning the official story. Why were young people called anti-Semitic for giving up porn? That was in the Rolling Stone. They were accused of being anti-Semitic for rejecting porn. It's like, are you guys trying to blame Jews for everything? I mean, they're the ones saying it. It's very weird. Just wanted to throw that out.
Fair enough. You mute a little bit too early. Make sure your sentence finishes first, Amy. But I don't know. I did not see that article before. I did not see Spike Lee's documentary. There's no chance in my mind that Spike Lee would say anything that would imply anti-Semitism at all, based on my experience. Like, he seems like he's trash. So he's not a risk taker. He doesn't say anything crazy. He's not that guy to me. So, right, so he's a little guy that cheers on the Knicks at Knick games. I don't expect anything crazy to come out of his fucking mouth. Right? So, whoever called him anti-Semitic, I got nothing for it. I have no explanation of that, personally. Now, can people take certain things and then just extrapolate from there and say, like, oh, see, look, they're anti-Semitic because this theory comes from yada, yada, yada. That's a possibility in regards to the article, as far as justifying calling Spike Lee or maybe anyone else anti-Semitic. But I can't say I know. It wouldn't make sense in my world. It is what it is.
Or maybe questioning 9/11 leads to questioning Israel, and they just stop it at its tracks.
Maybe
Maybe.
it's a confession. Maybe it's a confession.
I don't know. I'm not gonna go there either. I don't fucking know. I don't know the journalist. I don't know what they're involved in or not involved in. I have no idea. But also like screaming anti-Semitism for just saying like, man, maybe the towers didn't go down the way I thought they went down, according to official reports.
Right.
I don't know. Like if you come out there and just scream anti-Semitism, that would be like very weird looking, right?
Fishy. Right. If I said, look at these rocks, they're green, and then somebody says, you anti-Semite, wait, what? What? Makes no sense. So maybe there is something about why the rocks are green that is related to. I mean, obviously that's preposterous, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. I think most people would be like, okay, so then Al Qaeda had some other plan. They planted bombs, they planted thermite or something like that, right? That's where most people's minds, I think, would go, especially in the time period, right? They wouldn't think Israel at all or Jewish anything at all. Most people, I'm saying.
Look, I didn't even know about the dancing Jews thing until probably
It's dancing Israelis, but
2008. Until like 2008. So I wasn't even operating under that thing, but I knew that the 9/11 thing was faked before that. I didn't connect it to Israel before that.
Yeah, me too.
Didn't
Well,
consider-
except I didn't know it was fake or not. I didn't come from that area, but when I heard the idea of the dancing Israelis, yeah, and they made some compelling arguments and some of the police scanner audio and all that shit. Yeah, that's fucking weird.
Didn't consider the owner being a Jewish guy, and then instantly getting like a huge settlement. Didn't know that stuff till later.
I mean,
But
honestly,
you could tell that some of the shit about 9/11 has to be not the fucking coinciding with the official report.
I mean, I guess so. Personally, like, I guess so. And people have made enough compelling arguments. I think I'd kind of go more to starting with, hey, there's no way these buildings fell like this. I start there, kind of. At that point, maybe you're right, Dubster. Because at that point, now I'm looking for like, well, why? Why would this be done? Who would set up all this storylines to make shit like look a certain way and all that stuff? My first mind goes to like government, straight up. I'm like a government or governments involved in this shit.
Yeah, his settlement was settled for owning that building within 3 days, if I can remember correctly.
You're talking about Larry Silverstein? That's the guy, right?
The guy that owned the building. That
he
sounds
owned,
about right.
Yeah,
but I'm not
that's his name. That's his name.
Okay. I thought he owned portions of the building. I don't know. But he was like the main name I've heard before.
Yeah. I think it was 3 days later he got his settlement.
Okay. His like insurance, essentially?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and he never missed a day of work, but he didn't come in on 9/11.
Yeah. And I won't lie, when I was first hearing, well, the dancing Israelis idea, right? When I was first hearing that, I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I saw pictures that were shown, and those guys did like an interview in Israel, like years after they got released, because they got fucking arrested, right? And then the what is it called? Something moving vans. The
Urban moving systems.
Urban moving. Yes, there you go. And then some of the police radio dialogue.
They didn't look shocked. They didn't look shocked to me. The lady who reported them, the
That's-
Italian lady.
Yeah, that's the lady in New
Remember?
Jersey that saw them, like, I think they were like flickering a lighter and taking like a posed picture and
Videotaping.
smiling together and all that shit, which is like very bizarre. I think there's like actual transcript of the guy, of one of these guys saying something, like it wasn't us or something like that, or something weird like that. I forgot the exact dialogue. Don't take my word for that one. But he said someone said something that was weird. And they're like,
We're not your problem. They're your problem. They're our problem.
There you go.
We face terrorism every day.
There you go.
But our propaganda was showing us Muslims dancing all the time about it. And that's the weird. That's
yeah,
the other
that one I
weird
remember
thing.
too.
We saw plenty of that.
They showed on Fox News. They showed Palestinians dancing and celebrating. Meanwhile, they weren't actually. It was like a different thing that was happening. That they were
Right. From a
smiling.
prior date. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Don't forget, in 2000, Wesley Clark came out with that 7 countries in 5 years list. He leaked that. Anyway. And that was the neocon agenda for the greater Israel and the great, the clean break and all that stuff coming out of the one of the Israeli administrations in that.
Okay. Yeah. But I won't lie, part of my mind went to like, if there were people in the world purposely doing something like that crazy and heinous like that, it's like I'd think about it, be like, okay, let's say the US wanted an excuse to do this or that around the world. Why not hire one of your friends to commit the crime for you? You allow them to do it, right?
Right.
And then you
Give them
like
all the access they need to the buildings.
boom. Now it's like teammates making something horrible, like for us horrible, for them lucrative, right? Considering the war on terror and how much that we're still in the war on terror, by the way. We're still in that as we speak. And it's benefiting both, not both countries as far as people goes. We're getting shit on. Regular people are getting shit on. But for the little creepy crawlies that run around these governments and private businesses, those guys are winning. And what's one of the first things you hear? Follow the money, right? Just saying, not saying it's all about money. I think there's something like deeper and darker about all this stuff. To be able to, even the ability to do something like that is very dark and very creepy. Something very weird in regards to that. But on the surface, like follow the money, oh my dear Lord. The hands who have just gotten wealthy from these things, from events like that.
But I think it was also meant to change the expectations of our rights inside the United States. I think the United States,
you try to take advantage
for whatever its problems, is sort of a beacon of a strong principles of basic human rights of speech and assembly and privacy and all that are, founders set up, and they wanted to erode that, because if you can erode it here, then it's easier to just remove it from the entire planet. And I fear that is the plan with AI and surveillance networks and all that kind of stuff to manipulate and robotics, whatever, Internet of Things, to control people, to set up this global, do they call it the panopticon, that will, basically make us all slaves answerable to the one world corporation club that has people from every country that are the elites working together to make us all their slaves. And then they're making these fights between groups of people, like the Muslims, even the Jews, this group, that group, the whites, the blacks, so that we'll be fighting each other until they get this thing set up in place, and then we'll all just be slaves. And so we really need to work together to not let them do that, instead of get caught up in, being angry at whole groups and all that kind of foolishness.
Oh yeah. And I mean, once again, I'm thinking from like, imagine like a real villain, not the movie villain, but an actual, like, someone who like wants to behave like a villain. It's like, of course you would do that. In fact, you'd go so far to make people like love the fact that you call it slaves, but in their minds they're not slaves. In fact, they're living their best lives. That's the idea, I would think, to where the quote unquote slaves enjoy their slavery. As an idea I've heard years ago, and I'm sorry, psychologically speaking, I can't help but notice it. What do you want me to say?
Yep.
Like, I use dumb guy logic for a reason.
The guy eating the steak in the Matrix, he knew it was fake, but he was enjoying it anyway.
That's a little different because he knew it was fake. He escaped and then ran back to it because he wanted to be comfortable. You know, ignorance is bliss. I don't want to know any of this shit. I just want to be happy and get laid and eat my steak and all that shit. Yeah, good.
I think some people at some level know that it's not good, but it's like, give me convenience or give me death kind of thing, you know? It's like, it's so convenient, so comfortable, so easy. Everyone's doing it. It's, you know, it's progress. I think they, at some level, know that this isn't really healthy, but they're just going for it. Sort of like, maybe not as full eyes as the guy with the steak, but, you know.
That is the Matrix too. Where like there's a subconscious like little splinter in the mind that does recognize you're in something that's an illusion, but the comforts and distractions are so prevalent that you never actually go out of your way to like change it or change yourself. More importantly, right? Changing yourself around or your own perspectives around.
I was telling you, I've been watching like old episodes of The Practice. And it was around this time frame of 2001 and whatnot. There's one episode where this girl takes on the case of this airline that wants to refuse any basically Arab flying on their airline in America because they were like, we want to be considered the safest airline, but we know it's racist. We're admitting it's racist, but we just want to be the safest, so why can't we just do this? And it was a court case.
I assume filmed after 9/11. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Probably a year or two after 9/11. And, like, one of her co-lawyers was a black girl, and she was a white girl. And her co-lawyer was like, you didn't have to take this case. It's like, well, it's good practice, and it could bring a lot of money into the firm, and it'd be like, no, it's not exactly moral, but what are we thinking about these days? And then the other girl's like, you didn't have to take this case come on. And I forgot if she won the case or not, but the whole idea that was in our TV shows presented like that. Like,
yeah, it's
kind of funny. Have airlines where we don't allow Muslims?
It's kind of weird because it's usually I hear a lot of blame thrown at like movies, but it's typically the kind of network television shows that do. Like I remember there was an Epstein episode. I did a video on it on this channel. It might have got copyrighted or something like that at this point, but I tried to like show like a clip where they show this guy who was like, you know, he was like a lingerie photographer modeling, the young girl modeling type of shit, right? And he ended up killing himself in jail in this episode. Like, yeah, like right after Epstein got like kind of no, I think it was on like CBS. I forgot the name of the show, but either way, it's like that is so bizarre to do that, extremely bizarre. But I swear to God, I've seen like network television shows like kind of lean in that direction, straight up. Like if there's an event, it's almost like a field day. Like, all right, we can write an episode like this and a little off topic, whatever. It's just very interesting.
This other idea, like what Dubster was just mentioning. So the show is based on the premise that they have the correct criminals and the correct story, and the official story is true. And there was never a proper trial. And, you know, obviously, even if there was a trial, there wasn't a proper evidence gathering. But it's sort of like this question of when does something become true? You know, if what percentage of the population doesn't believe the official story anymore, when does it get abandoned? Or is it as long as the mainstream media or the official, you know, whatever authorities in society keep saying like JFK was killed by a lone gunman, is that still something we have to accept as true? When will the climate change thing be abandoned? And when can we say that we don't really have evidence to say that's a fact? You know,
Oh, that's
when
psychology
will,
right there. Straight up. Thing I beg for.
because they're keeping the narrative going even when you know, a lot of people, or you know, maybe it's not half, I don't know, but I bet even if it was half, they would still keep acting as if it's a fact. Charlie Kirk's widow, she forgave the killer. Well, we don't know who it is yet. There was no conviction, right? The
It seemed like she was
thing there,
implying Tyler Robinson, but I don't know. Yeah, good. Sorry.
well, it sounded like a one person, so she decided, you know, they got their man. I don't know. It's kind of, I mean, I'm not necessarily saying she did that on purpose or whatever, but those kind of actions help cement the narrative that they want us all to accept. And so at some level, even any of us, if we want to talk to people that we don't know what they think yet, we have to assume they think the official narrative. We have to start there. So this is a
No,
part of
you
the,
don't have to do that. You don't have to do that at
TPS,
all.
TPUSA, TPUSA did say they didn't want to keep on releasing stuff because they didn't want to offend Erica Kirk.
Which is the same as 9/11, right? Rudy Giuliani grabbing up all the evidence, the forensic evidence that's on the ground right there, shipping it out because New Yorkers don't want to see this stuff, okay? They don't want to see this. They don't want to see the rubble. They don't want to see reminders of what happened. That's kind of what I was saying, Dubster, where it's like they pave over the fucking crime scene because no one wants to see that.
Yeah.
It's like a weird, like, but people are actually asking for it, like en masse, actually asking for it, like, yo, just don't put it on camera. But, you know, for, you know, the mass public, let us see it though. Essentially is what the sense I get from people. Like, yo, let us see it then. Don't fucking, sure, don't put it on fucking ABC Family Night. Fine. But let us see it on the internet that are actually asking for this either video evidence or forensic evidence, whatever the fuck. Maybe someone we trust goes down there on their own budget or whatever the fuck, and like actually like pick through the crime. Or well, I mean, that shouldn't be allowed, right? The FBI should be all over that, right? Of like, hey, you guys can't touch this area. Right? But I'm just saying, like, if you're going to pave over it anyways, let the fucking internet guys have it. If you're going to pave over it and fucking chop up fucking cement blocks and shit like that, and redo the entire fucking walkway there. Like, yo, let someone else see it then. But these guys are so fast, just like covered up in their excuses, what you just said. It might hurt someone's feelings. They might see like a drop of blood somewhere or something like that. Like, but you guys are supposed to be like seeing that. You're supposed to be doing that as investigators, right, guys? You're supposed to be looking for the drops of blood. You're supposed to once again, it's very dark, but investigators are supposed to see Charlie Kirk get shot 10 million different times. Let's be honest, right? It's dark.
No, I don't support.
no other way
I don't
to
support
dissect
what
that.
TPUSA is saying that. I'm just saying that that was in support of what Amy was saying. Like they do this shit for narrative stuff.
Yeah.
Like her accepting or saying she forgives the supposed killer, and then TPS USA comes out 2 weeks later or something and says, "Oh, we're not gonna keep releasing it stuff because we don't want to like upset Erica Kirk." Well, sorry, Erica, but this is now bigger than your family. As sad as that is, it's bigger than your family.
What if they're being honest in a way? As in, like, if they release more information, people would be like, wait a minute, Charlie didn't die by what they're telling us. And thus, they might, Erica Kirk, they're lying about your husband. To where, like, then she gets bothered that way. But, like, at the same time, that's life. That is life.
Well, then.
Right? You're supposed to.
It
happens.
Then she's operating under a lie that she didn't have to because TPUSA wouldn't release things.
Yeah.
So that would be, in my mind, worse for an actual widow.
I'll say this. If TPUSA actually trusts Kash Patel's FBI, I can understand certain things going down a certain way. But a lot of the events that were shown to us, as far as we understand as the public, right? We're not inside baseball on this one. We're kind of on the outside. a lot of the events don't make fucking sense. They don't make sense.
Yeah.
So thus, it begs questions. Now, me personally, if I were Erica Kirk, I'd be worried about like, wait, what are people saying? Oh, let's like they care about Charlie. That's why they want to have these questions or answers about certain things, right? So like, thus I would embrace it in a way. But then again, let's be real. Who's in her ear? Not saying once again she could be sus as fuck for all I know, but I'm also saying like, who else is in her ear? You have the fucking president of the United States,
Right.
the guy that Charlie was dick riding the whole time. You have the vice president in her ear. You have all these companies and organizations and influencers all in her ear at the same time. Just to be fair about this.
And at the end of the day, she's in charge of TPUSA. She could at least do this for herself, demand to know from her own company.
Well, fair enough, but I'm just saying, like, it could be rough for anyone who's not a made person yet. And I mean that, like, existentially, as in, like, she's probably a pretty girl who lived this trail of life. Or it could be something sus. I leave room for that. I'm just saying, like, on the surface, it's like a pretty girl living this pretty girl life. Instead of, like, someone who had to, like, existentially fucking create themselves. Like, truly do that. Like, go through the fucking ruckus and the fucking meat grinder pause to figure out who the fuck they are. Right? It doesn't seem like that person to me. Thus, I can see someone just whispering in her ear and moving her. Or her being sus.
Oh, yeah.
I consider that as well. Sad. But, alright, I'm going to hit play on this. I'll be back in like a minute. Minute tops. Here we go.
Aspect of Building 7's collapse is that some media outlets reported it happened before it actually happened. Here's footage of the BBC reporting that Tower 7 was down. Keep in mind, this was filmed live 20 minutes before Building 7 actually collapsed.
Jane, what more can you tell us about the Salomon Brothers building and its collapse?
Salomon Brothers was Building 7's major tenant, and you can see the tower in the background of the shot. Was that just rushed reporting on the day of the attacks? Or did the BBC have advance word that the building was coming down? If the media did have foreknowledge of the events that day, they weren't alone. Buried deep in the 9/11 Commission report on page 499, one easily missed footnote says there was a surge in put options, investments that profit when stock prices fall. These put options were put against United Airlines' parent company, and they were placed on September 6th and then against American Airlines on September 10th. Incredibly, the report goes on to note that 95% of the trade against United Airlines was made by a single U.S.-based institutional investor. So who was that investor?
That's
Well,
it.
we don't know.
Oh, shit.
The U.S.
Hey,
government
boss.
is still hiding his name.
What did I just miss? God.
Said there was one major investor that put options on American Airlines, and then the other airline that was also involved around September 6th.
Okay.
So that's just information I've never heard before. And they don't know who the investor was, but it was one investor that did enough to affect the market. Like, that means multi-million-dollar put option.
So hopefully
if you collate that, I was going to say, if you collate that with a lot of the other shit that we know now about how 9/11 was really planned and executed, I would wager it's either somebody connected to the Bush administration or the Saudis.
They had inside information. Bare minimum.
Well, the Saudis are the ones that did it, and there's a lot of shit that tells me the Bush administration had pretty serious advanced knowledge of this shit going down.
Yeah.
Like potentially up to a month in advance.
I mean,
remember Alex Jones reported it 6 months earlier?
I have no idea. I'm in like 7th grade or some shit.
I wouldn't.
I have no idea. I
wouldn't know what he was saying. I've never seen any of his like really old 2001 broadcasts.
Yeah, it was. He brags about it all the time. He called that they were gonna stage an attack on probably the World Trade Center, and it was probably gonna be Osama bin Laden.
Okay. Now I've heard that as kind of a thing already. Maybe
He said probably the World Trade Center and probably Osama bin Laden in a video
that
6 months prior to.
I'm pretty sure there was intelligence already around saying stuff like that. So
yeah,
that could have been said on like a newscast, actually. As far as I know, I could be wrong about that. But I'm pretty sure that was like there was a guy like on news after the event happened said Osama bin Laden is our number one target. It might have been Robert Mueller. Am I tripping? Was that the Robert Mueller clip of as in 9/11? Anyone know that?
I could say that for sure.
No, I don't remember.
Wasn't there a guy that pointed at Osama bin Laden like the day of this shit happening?
Somebody did. I just don't know if it was Mueller.
Yeah, I think they were on Osama bin Laden the same day as it happening.
Yeah. I don't know. But all right. Let's keep going. Once again, you have to leave room for the possibility of someone just like doing something, Wall Street gambling, essentially. But hey, why not every lead followed up on? Like, if there's something there, let's look at it, which is definitely worthy of investigation. It's just unfortunate that even Tucker, who's like an insider, or was an insider at least, right, with policymakers and mainstream media, right? Even he has to ask on the internet, like the rest of us have to do, apparently, about this topic, which should be like kind of like, oh, that's kind of sad, actually.
Right.
Just like with the 9/11 shit, just like with the JFK shooting, there's an objective reality to what happened when Charlie Kirk got shot, and I don't think we're gonna know it for a long, long time.
Yeah, and keep in mind that it's now 2025 and finally Tucker Carlson's asking about it.
True. Very true. So he worked hard to shut it up in the heyday, right?
Right.
Oh yeah, him, Bill O'Reilly, fucking Neil Cavuto.
And
I mean, shit, a lot of those clowns on CNN too. All of them were fucking trying to gin up support for the Iraq War.
Oh, yeah.
Every single one of them.
Oh yeah.
All day long.
And he was on CNN doing that, I believe, Tucker, in that time period.
Yeah, he didn't. I don't think he joined Fox News until what, 2005?
I don't know exactly.
When he finally graduated from wearing that goofy fucking bow tie.
It's like
I know.
I don't know.
I know it's a little petty, but you know what? No, I'm not sorry. Fuck that. I should never have worn that goofy bow tie, Tucker.
Listen, Tucker probably had this 9/11 series kind of planned out of like, episodes recorded and edited and ready to be released and all that stuff. But then the Charlie Kirk thing happens, right? I'm sure like after he already did recordings and interviews and investigating the idea of it and other people's investigations and all that stuff. I mean, it would be hard for me personally, not saying what Tucker should be doing, but me personally, to not juxtapose it next to the Charlie Kirk thing as far as people demanding answers about whatever. It could be anything. It could be anything. Like, yo, did George W. Bush's baseball have a magnet in it when he threw that strike after 9/11? Like, if you have a question about that, it should be on the table. It really should be. So it's like...
I'm sorry, I'm laughing because I could genuinely imagine somebody asking that for real.
But it's like, whatever. The point is to like 9/11, once again, 2001, right? And it's still as relevant of questions today, is it not? So like, wouldn't a point as a like journalist, or let's be real, he's kind of a cultural figure, right? Beyond just journalism or media, right? He's kind of a cultural figure, at least on the quote unquote right? So it's like, why not juxtapose it next to the Charlie Kirk thing and be like, hey, are we going to let this thing fucking get away from us too? To where they just time goes by and time goes by and time goes by, and that's like, Now it's all a mystery again because the evidence is all scattered. You don't like the things that you're looking at are from 10 years prior, right? Let's say they go over it like in 20 years from now, right? The Charlie Kirk case in 20 years from now. Now it's like, it's not too late, but it's like, we should never like let events like this happen without like real questions and real answers to the questions. It should be like stood up to immediately. And I would love for Tucker to juxtapose this 9/11 thing to like, hey, we don't have answers. I'm trying to use like backlogged fucking, documents about things and tie that to like, hey man, there's something happening right now in our faces that they're trying to like sweep away. Say, hey guys, go back to sleep. We're going to handle this for you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm cutting out, so give me a second. He might cover a minute of that in his closing.
Maybe, but this is episode 4, so just saying.
Oh, okay.
And he stood right there with them at TPUSA. Candace didn't, but Tucker did. And Tucker's doing speaking tours for TPUSA. Tucker was in Charlie's studio, kind of doing like a, like a tribute type of thing. Not saying that means sus in any way. I'm just saying.
I have to say something about that, though.
Christ.
Can I?
Oh, please go ahead.
Can I jump in for a sec?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Well, what I want to say is, if he, like, who knows who is who, right? Like, I saw Candace's thing about her work with Charlie Kirk and her video clip. It did look like they're good friends and they were, supportive of each other. I don't know. She could be a fake, but whatever. Tucker, he seemed to be friends with him too. And who knows? Maybe that's fake. Maybe that's just to get grift on something or whatever. But if they really are his friend and TPUSA has people in it that would help kill him, then they might want to work with TPUSA to find out, Like there might be good people in there that are also in danger, and then there might be bad people in there, and they might want to, do a little Scooby-Doo and see what they can find out, right? So
that is the white people in horror movies, for sure. They're
those
definitely
meddling kids. So the thing is, like people do this to the church all the time. They say, "Oh, the Pope blessed an ice cube," or "The Pope did this crazy thing. How can you be a part of it?" It's like, well, it's this huge thing that's not
I got one
guy.
for you today.
And just a minute, Dubster. I'm in the middle of something. So it's not just one guy.
No,
it's 1.2 billion people. It's 2,000 years of history. There's better popes and not as good popes in various people's opinion. None of us are so great either, We get caught up. Like someone was telling me, how can the Pope do this climate change thing? And I'm like, wait a minute, who am I talking to? You and me were both part of the whole climate change thing when we thought it was real and we were concerned and we were doing things.
But you have
like
to ask questions, right, Amy? That's how we end up here, is that we're not asking questions, right?
Yes, but the point is, like, you don't know, and you can say.
I keep saying I don't know. No, that's the thing. I keep saying that. I don't know.
But like, what I'm telling you is that people are feeling, how could he not know that though? He has scientists, this and that. It's the official scientific community is going to be the last one to admit that this was a con to manipulate us all onto electronic things that could be switched remotely. So it's part of the global surveillance system that's enslaving us. They're going to be the last one to see it because they're in it. They think it's true. They wrote grants for it. They participate in it. They told people it. So those people,
they got awards for it. I understand.
Yeah, that might be advising the Pope. He's not an expert on everything, and not just the Pope, but the upper echelons of the power structure in the organization. Some of them might be trickers that want to screw over the people and use the church as an enemy against God and humanity. But some of them might just be tricked. And here, this person and I were both tricked ourselves, and we both worked on it and thought it was pretty important. So, how can we say that we know that that person is intentionally trying to deceive people and part of some operation? So
the point being, though, God.
Yeah, we don't know. That's the point. So and how do you know, even if you knew he was trying to trick people into global warming, and he knew it was false and it was to trick people. How do you know that there's not all these other people in the upper echelon trying to stop that and stand up to that? So this and it's the same thing with our country. Like, our country is run by, you know, these very corrupt people in the Congress and in the administration and in the top, you know, staffing the administration. But some of those people are whistleblowers, some of those people are good, and our country isn't just that. Okay, a lot of people say, oh, your country devastated and slaughtered so many people in Iraq, it's genocidal, it's disgusting. But, and that is disgusting, and it is evil, but at the same time, that's not all the country is. So anyway, if you worked with TPUSA and you knew people in there, including good people that started when they were really young people and they wanted to do something positive and they believed in it, and then now there's a killer, you know, maybe more than one killer in that group, and you want to help protect them, or you want to, you know, find out what really happened, that's a scenario. Anyway, just throwing it.
I understand, and I leave room for that. I do. I'm just saying, like, I was just saying other questions that could also be asked at the same time. But I don't know. Can't say I know. At all, really. I'm just saying, like,
But I would
me
just
personally,
also
what I
say-
personally would have done. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, just this whole thing about, you see the kind of foreign policy our government gets up to, it's absolutely, you know, vicious and evil. And so, you know, TPUSA was very involved in politics that has to do with these kinds of foreign policies. And
yeah,
it's not hard to imagine that, like, you know, intelligence people who are trained killers and, you know, can assassinate without a second thought, would be working their way into an organization like that, you know?
Oh, yeah. I think actually easily if they wanted to, based on the way TPUSA was running around. And let's be honest, like, people have to be real, bro. The dumbness of Charlie Kirk, like, or dumbness or with itness, if you will. He's either with it or he's too stupid to realize that his org is being used for these reasons. Whatever that is. Either way, like, yeah, I could see someone, you know, being full of shit, infiltrating and taking advantage of it, for sure. For sure. Or Charlie was just in on it on his own.
To give
Right?
credit
It's
to
very
Charlie
possible too.
Kirk, I mean, possibly. I mean, I don't know what his heart was. I don't even know if he's really dead. He could have faked it. I don't know. I think that'd be hard, but I give it a few % chance that he's alive and they faked it for some reason. However,
He's sipping Mai
you know,
Tais in
whatever,
Maui. Sorry, go ahead.
whatever, yeah, right. Whatever he knew,
It was just a
it's-
blood pack on his neck.
like, let's be real. You're not going to have any organization with a whole lot of people doing this difficult things on these difficult topics. Not that he was taking the most difficult path or anything, but, you know, touching these difficult issues that have, you know, obviously just absolute lack of morality involved. You know, you're not going to be able to do that without difficulty or you know, immorality or corruption, basically, because that's another whole thing about the money and where's the money going and who is giving the money and where's it ending up, and, you know, so who knows about that either. And it's not just money, but that's one kind of corruption, but there's other kinds of corruption, like obviously being assassins and not who you say you are, and spies and manipulators, or people who try to get people to fight or get people pushed out who have the opinion that you don't want the organization to go in that direction. All these kind of duplicitous, shady behaviors are going to be a part of a package anytime you work together with groups. And this is the thing that we have to understand, that to make things better, you have to work together in groups. That means you have people. That means you have people who are either doing bad things on accident or on purpose or a mixture of both.
Damn, you sound like YellBro
you know,
right now.
nothing's perfect, right? So anyway.
Go ahead, girl. Got it. No, I agree. I agree. Except, here's one, in my opinion, difference of like okay, let's say with Charlie Kirk, right? If there was someone like bullshitting around or like subverting it or whatever, like anything, or fucking with his money or whatever the fuck, I don't think Charlie Kirk knows how to handle those things, other than the way he's seen it being be handled, which is, oh, you're gonna take my money? Fuck you then. I'll get this other sponsor instead. I think that's his way of dealing with things. And when it comes to dealing with money like that, I think you can end up in some kind of gangster scenarios. Like, think of the mobster that owes you money, like, type of shit. You know what I'm saying? So I could see that as part of it as well, to where it's not necessarily TPUSA, or it could be people amongst TPUSA. Maybe a kind of a shadow for Charlie, or a handler of Charlie, or whatever the fuck. I think if you're a truly righteous person, you don't have to deal with those problems, right? Sure, anyone can get killed, right? It's life. It's planet Earth right now, right? But I'm saying, like, I don't look at him as in some sort of state of mind that can handle things like that. Like, I don't know. Me personally, like, let's say someone showed up one day. I was like, "Yeah, I'm the FBI. I'm watching everything you do." Okay. What about it? Like, it's no big. Like, it's not a big deal to me. Charlie might panic. Like, I'm telling everyone, and get fucking shot. Like, it could be some weird scenario like that. You know what I'm saying? Or like, that guy can't handle like that type of stuff. He's kind of a dweeby dude. Maybe he thought he was important, but they had found out he wasn't. You know, as soon as he got hit, he's like, "Oh fuck! I thought I was that guy, but I'm not." It could be something weird like that.
That's another thing. That's another thing, because I keep seeing this shit from, like, just some clips on Fox News that I overhear. They're deifying this guy when in reality he was. They're acting like he was like some William F. Buckley clone or something, when he was a glorified TikToker who kind of picked verbal jousting fights with college kids. That's it.
And William F. Buckley is not impressive to me either. He's a little trash can too, a little dweeby little fuckface. Anyways.
Yeah, he's fucking horrible.
And he was in Aladdin secretly. No one knows about that. He was in Aladdin. All right. Anyways, okay, let's keep playing. I got lost from the 9/11 stuff, but.
Well, I just want to say really quick: Are you saying Charlie Kirk was a glorified TikToker?
I mean, yeah, he was.
His content, yes.
Yeah, well, it's not. But see, the thing that was important about him was more that he was creating a network across all these campuses, and you have to understand the mentality that these students who are conservative are feeling very silenced. And I blame the left for this problem, where they wanted to use coercion to get their way, like cancel culture. That's coercion. You're not convincing someone. Like, if you want me to change my position, then give me the evidence, give me the reason, give me the morality, and let's talk about it. And maybe I will change my position. I have changed a lot of my positions, so it's possible. But if you're going to punish me if I don't take your position, that's very, that's not going to work for me, for sure. And so a lot of young people felt very vilified for having a different position, especially Christians, and they felt like their teachers, they'd have to lie in their papers so they wouldn't be penalized in their grades, and that they could be socially ostracized and slandered and driven from the school even. That's what Nick Fuentes experienced. And whatever you think of him, that's not really the solution to make people consider your point of view if you just drive them out. So Charlie Kirk, his organization was helping people to have a kind of thing to rally around that made them feel more comfortable in their campus, and that when they're feeling persecuted. And you don't have to agree with their positions to understand that people did feel that way. There was this professor at UNC Wilmington who got fired, and he killed himself. And he was helping the Christian students be having a right to be Christian on campus and have a Christian group. And they were getting blocked from the administration. Why? It's a Christian country, and you can't have a Christian group on campus, but you can have all this other stuff like LGBT and blah, 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 whatever. So
what do you mean by Christian country? Do you mean like just majority Christian, or founded as
Yeah,
Christian?
it was founded by Christian societies, and John Adams said that our Constitution is only fit for a moral
Luckily,
and
it wasn't
religious
founded
people,
for me.
and wholly unsuitable for any other. And so every single one of those colonies was a Christian colony, and you had to be Christian in the majority of those colonies to vote, and whatever for at the beginning. And so yes, it was already a weakened Christianity because of Protestantism and blah, blah. That's an exciting, interesting history, but far afield right now.
Look at the strays
But my
being shot.
my point is just that Charlie Kirk's organization, he was good at bringing people together.
No, Amy, I disagree with you, but go ahead, finish your point. Sorry.
Well, I don't think he was just a figurehead. I think he was a person who built an organization, built a community, a network, and that's
For politics.
not easy to do. Yeah, for politics.
I think someone gave
That's
him
not
his
easy to
look.
do.
Someone gave him his hairstyle. Someone gave him his suits. Someone gave him his campuses to go to. Someone gave him a strategy. Someone gave him money. I think he's very much just kind of a bot. But he might mean well deep down somewhere. I just don't see it. I think he's more of a kind of a what's the word? Maybe a flag bearer, but not the actual like.
Okay, but this is what
killer.
happens, right? You're a young person and you're very vocal and you're very assertive. Older people with money will throw money at you and try to get you to speak up and go reach out to the young people and all that kind of stuff. That is true. Is that entirely synthetic? No. Is that manipulating to some degree? Yes. So in that sense, sure. But at the same time, I don't think people on the left understand how just persecuted, frankly, conservatives and Christians feel on the campus, and the white men feeling like they're seen as
There are people that do that.
evil. There
Yeah, there
that
are people
is
who do
the
that. And
problem.
they're stupid.
No,
They're idiots.
there's people.
right,
I'm
but-
saying.
but
I meant there's
it's
people
not-
that care about that. That just they don't get listened to though. They get skipped past. But
Right.
Go ahead.
Right, and a lot of the administration is taking positions for political reasons and fad reasons and all that kind of stuff and grant reasons, and they're feeding into that bias, and so making people feel alienated. So then, yeah, there would be
Yeah,
a
there's a
thirst
whole
for
thing
a
of
kind
that.
of network that
Amy,
would
Can I throw this at you real
what?
fast? Because I think there's like culturally speaking. Now, not saying it's right at all. I think it's stupid as shit. But there are certain types of sociological characteristics that people name themselves as that have been alienated and pushed to the side for a while now, for a long while. And this, I guess, you could say maybe anti-Christian, if you want to call it that, or pro-LGBT. That's relatively new. Relatively new. Now, not saying that things should just shift from one side to the other. I think that's terrible. I think we should be looking more for the real motherfuckers being real, not conditioned by the society around them. And honestly, Charlie spent a good amount of time trying to condition young people to believe a certain way, in my humble opinion. I could be wrong, but all evidence points towards that. I'm sorry. For me, it points that direction. But go ahead. If you want to. If you heard that at all. No? What the fuck?
Yeah, so what I wanted to say is I'm older than you, and when I was coming
okay.
through college,
It's my sister
it was
said.
already
Until I grew to 6'3".
no, I'm just saying,
Ah.
like, I went to college in the 90s, early 90s, and grad school in the late 90s, early 2000s, and this was quite common, this mindset. The cancel culture, the abusiveness of it was later, but still you had affirmative action for all these groups, and then it got expanded into the LGBT stuff. So okay, now your identity is your sin, sorry. Now your identity is that, and you get extra status and promotion because
But
you're defining yourself by a sin.
Don't you
That's
expect
crazy.
Don't you expect that reaction? If people have been treated a certain way throughout time, then they get their chance to have their say. The loudmouths will rise to the top and use their loudmouths to advocate for things being pushed in their direction. Right?
Well,
and
I
a bunch
think
of
it's even
dummies will
worse than
probably
that.
follow
I
that,
think-
right?
I think it's worse than that. I think
Shouldn't
it's
we be done with that
manipulative-
shit? Right? Be done with that
I think
style
it's
of
a
it.
manipulative elite that wants to
Sure,
encourage
sure.
people to define
Loudmouths. Yeah.
themselves by their identity, to give them a status and a protection that feeds, and no disrespect,
loudmouths.
but it feeds narcissism, just like feminism fed narcissism in us women, that makes us unable to hear criticism, just like the millennials, and
Oh my
use
God.
that constructively to
Go
improve.
ahead.
We see any criticism as, oh, they just hate women. I can't listen to that. They just,
But you do
they're just a
realize
misogynist.
loudmouths keep taking over. You recognize that, right, Amy? Like loudmouths would probably the worst ideas of all of it end up rising to the top and being like the voices of things. You do realize
Right,
that,
because
right?
the women who called this out and said, you know what, feminism is good if it's for actual liberation of women to stand up against injustices, but it's not good if it's like throwing children under the bus to the point of being murdered in abortion, okay? Or, well, I have to divorce my husband because I have to follow my dream. And if my kids have a big target on their back and are vulnerable to exploitation and to being taken advantage of because they know the parents are not paying attention if they're busy dividing themselves from each other, too bad. Like those kind of things that were pushed, and the people fighting it were silenced. And so that's where you have, I would argue, manipulative dark forces that are trying to elevate certain parts of that community. There are trans people that are saying, this trans bathroom stuff is terrible and trans women in sports is terrible, but who's speaking for them? Those voices get silenced because somebody else that isn't even in the
Silence, or
community
they're
is
not
using
loudmouths.
the
There's also that.
community. It's not just that, they're using the community for their agenda to impose discord and chaos and conflict, because if we're all fighting each other, then we can't stop them from setting up the surveillance state that's going to turn us all into slaves. So I do think it is engineered, like feminism. I do think I grew up in
But if
it,
someone-
so I internalized it, but I think it was to divide women from men and to weaken us all and to make women have a
Okay,
mentality
Amy?
of
Amy?
what.
But if someone approaches me as like a loudmouth, it's like if they win the day or whatever, is that like whose fault is that? It's for the people that buy it. Now, how does that happen? What is that psychological phenomenon? Can you explain it to me? Please go ahead. Or try
And
like
if
your
you
perspective
100%
of it.
agree with me, I'm taking away
Well,
your ice cream.
Your
I just
perspective
think
of it.
it's both. It's both the people that elevate certain voices and suppress other voices. It's their fault. And then it's obviously people falling into the temptation of narcissism. You have to participate in that for it to work. And then there's
Yeah, if
men
we all
who
said no, it
react
wouldn't
badly
happen, right?
to it because it is wrong and it is bad. But then if you react to it in a constructive, honorable way, that's the best way to get us all out of it. But some men then react to it by, being abusive or misogynistic or whatever, and not remembering that part of the power of feminism was a reaction to a previous psyop, which was the sexual liberation that was very chaotic and disproportionately, I would argue, violent to women, but of course I would agree harmed everybody.
Which
So
reacted
it's
to
just
something
like,
else that happened before that, and before that, and before that, and before that, and before that.
perhaps,
Right?
perhaps. So that's the whole point, that we have to get out of these
Perhaps.
psyops with love and charity and respect for the humanity of everybody. That's the best way to get out and not let another new reaction to a reaction to a reaction happen. Exactly.
Well, yeah, it should be existential. I agree with you. Absolutely.
But all I'm saying is,
Existentialism should be the answer to everything. Got it.
stop that.
What?
All I'm saying is that, sorry. All I'm saying is that, I was talking to my daughter, is that, that
Black Swan.
this problem of people being elevated and thus making other people like white men feel like they're chopped liver, that has been going on for at least 30 years, or probably 40 years in colleges, in academia, more so than the rest of society, but also in the media.
In elementary school in the 90s, I got one of those moments. So
Okay. I mean, yeah, I expect when things are just so harsh in one direction, they just swing to the next direction. I just expect that.
Yeah.
It's a copy of 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 a.
Yeah, and I'm saying, fuck the copying, be yourself. But apparently that's too much to ask for in one lifetime, I guess. Or I don't know. Either way,
So.
we're way off here. Let's go back to Tucker in Building 7.
Yeah, let's finish this before I have another excuse to quote Nine Inch Nails.
Why you gay though?
We just went through all that shit just to come back to Building 7, 9/11. All right, here we go. I love this song. It's awesome.
Why?
It's awesome.
No one will say. The commission report says an investigation by the FBI found out the trades were, quote, innocuous, whatever that means. Researchers have since discovered that these trades are far from innocuous, with trading volumes showing statistical significance, massive
FanDuel, Anthony.
statistical significance. There were other
I want to
trades
hear
too.
you, bro. Go FanDuel.
On September 7th, the number of put options placed against British Airways was 4 times the normal volume. The number of put options against American Airlines on the day before the attack was 285 times the normal volume.
Might be on.
In the days before the attacks, put options surged
And
against
switch
Morgan
phones.
Stanley and
Switch
Merrill
phones,
Lynch.
Anthony.
Both
Nah, this is a
had
good
sizable
phone.
offices
This
in the
phone don't
World
work.
Trade
We're
Center.
fucked.
There were also
You sound. I hear you fine. That's fucking dumb shit.
I'm not having any problems. I hear you just fine, Anthony.
Yeah, you're good.
Well, you know
All right, here we go.
in the days
I'm
before the
sorry,
attacks,
George, pause
put
a moment.
options surged against.
Gotcha.
As far as that insider trading shit that Tucker's talking about, it's not the first time it's happened, and it's definitely not the last fucking time it happened. So you remember, when you remember that like kind of short purgatory period where we kind of knew that COVID-19 was in the U.S., but it hadn't really progressed to a full-blown outbreak.
Yeah.
Well, guess what happened? After a closed meeting that was held in February, a bunch of senators and Congress people got caught selling off stocks in companies that were going to be hit badly by the pandemic.
Maybe like the
Right, because
airlines.
they knew what the rules were going to be. They knew what would be shut down and what wouldn't, kind of thing.
Well,
and they made money.
Not necessarily with a shutdown, though. Like that, it was around in China, right? Like from I think the year before, maybe December or January.
Late 2019.
Yeah, so it was around for a few months. So it was a known thing, but it was not like. I guess at some level they determined, oh, like it's spreading and it's here, right? Which was, yeah.
From what I remember, the first case that was reported over here was in January of 2020. So a little over a couple months before, mid-March, that's when the big outbreak happened.
Right.
We started seeing reported cases popping up everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's called COVID-19 because it was 2019.
I mean, I'm a dummy.
I remember.
Identified.
But
I remember it was breaking out in the city where I was, and they were sanitizing the cafeteria for this reason for well over a month or two before the shutdown. Like there was some understanding that there was this possibility. It was just, when they shut it down, it was because it already hit the fan.
Oh, and Amy, this isn't related, but it's something I think you might find mildly amusing the way I'm going to phrase this. If you're concerned about dark forces affecting children, Cocoa Melon. There's your fucking dark forces.
I think that's racist.
You ever hear of that?
But I don't know.
What is that?
Cocoa Melon. It's like this YouTube channel that has like a bunch of these cartoons for kids, and it's apparently it like burns their brains out or some shit.
Elsagate.
There has been, I don't know how professionally done, but people putting in like porn in the middle of cartoons and things to mess with kids. don't know how formally or anything, but
I know this is just the kind of
messages, Disney.
this is the kind of shit that just makes them really irritable if you take the iPad away for even a couple seconds.
Oh.
I'm very suspicious of SpongeBob SquarePants, but that's another story for another.
SpongeBob's biggest problem is that most of the
SpongeBob?
writing staff left after the fucking movie.
I think they were all stoned when they made it.
Boomer. Anyways, let's keep playing. Here we go.
Morgan Stanley and Merrill Lynch. Both banks had sizable offices in the World Trade Center. There were also notable surges in gold and oil call options in advance of the attacks. But who could have known the attacks were coming, apart from Al-Qaeda? One highly significant yet often overlooked aspect of the 9/11 attacks is that foreign intel agencies, including those of ostensible allies, likely had detailed prior knowledge of the event.
These 9/11 hijackers had come from Germany. Were the Germans asleep at the switch, or did they just not tell us anything about these people?
John Kiriakou was chief of counterintelligence on the bin Laden unit.
What about the Israelis? What about the Saudis? There is solid evidence that members of the Saudi royal family were working.
I was gonna say,
what?
Since you know what, you go ahead, Amy.
Well, I just want to say I think it's John Kiriakou, isn't it?
That's how I say it. But
I thought that's how he says it.
maybe Tucker's Canadian
himself.
secretly. Maybe.
That would explain a lot about him.
I know. But go ahead, Jeff.
I guess we agree on that.
I was gonna say, as far as the Israelis go, I don't remember exactly when it was. I think it was sometime in the 1960s. Wasn't there one time where the Israelis are like known to have purposely sunk a U.S. ship?
USS Liberty.
Yeah, that shit.
And it was the 67, and it was the 6-Day War.
And it didn't sink, but the newly installed president called back the rescue mission. That was Lyndon Johnson. Installed after an assassination that was done by a lone gunman, and we were never allowed to question that.
It's been 60 years. I don't think we're ever getting the truth behind that one.
Well, survivors of it say they heard on the radio, like, what was it? Somebody said they heard Lyndon B. Johnson said, "Sink that motherfucker" or something, and it just didn't happen. And then a whole bunch of sailors testified, like they knew we were Americans and they attacked us. We were flying our flag high. There's no way Israeli pilots couldn't have known what they were doing.
God, that makes me think of so many different things psychologically.
Yeah, they torpedoed
Like
it. They
chess
strafed the
and
life
pawns.
rafts.
Risk.
They got the rescue mission to be called back by the president of the United States. They were covered up and ordered to secrecy for decades, and they just eventually gave up. They just didn't follow that anymore. But they still get harassed when they try to have events and everything to this very.
Keep muting too fast, Amy, by the way. Your last word gets cut off every time. But whatever. Yeah.
To this day, they still get harassed when they try to have events, and yeah.
Yeah. We have brains to figure that out. I'm just saying, like, the actual audible word doesn't come out. But whatever. I don't know. To me, once again, it still leads to my idea of things where it's like teams of gangsters that don't like us or don't value us other than what we can maybe sacrifice of ourselves for, I guess, their world. But I just call that devil worshipping. I don't know. You guys tell me, but all right, let's keep playing here.
No, Jordan, sacrifice your mother so that this fucking wealthy businessman can buy another yacht.
Oh, lovely. This guy that if I hit him in the liver, he cries on the ground, mumbling to himself, like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm sorry." That little pussy? Oh, okay. Anyways, let's continue.
What about the Israelis? What about the Saudis?
I'm nonviolent.
There is
I promise people.
solid
Very
evidence
nonviolent.
that members of the Saudi royal family were working with al-Qaeda terrorists.
The 9/11 Commission, not surprisingly, ignored this subject altogether.
I mean, the government
Here's
is
what we know.
the
As
Saudi
early as
royal
January of
family
2001,
is a
France's
well-known
foreign
source of
intelligence
funds for extremist Sunni terrorists.
Oh, I've heard. Oh yeah. And it's almost like if you once again, like I looked at like Syria and the news stories coming out about our involvement in Syria, along with other nations, but mainly ours. And then when fast forward to 2025, where Trump is shaking hands with an Al Qaeda leader or Al Qaeda in Syria leader, right?
Al-Nusra.
There's plenty of names for them for sure. But him shaking hands with that guy, like almost like, oh, it's like you guys were meant to win the whole time. Then you look at this shit, and you see the kind of actual union between Saudi Arabia, Israel, and the U.S. And you look back at 9/11, you're like, huh. If you look at the actions that were done by all three nations in that time period, or alleged actions, it's like, huh. Almost like when we see them partnering today, it's almost like
Yeah, the parallels
everything
between this shit and what the U.S. did to South America are fucking staggering.
It's like following the money without following the money. It's like following the teammates being made.
Yeah.
The
Like,
collaborators.
Like at this late date, especially with people leaking things on the internet pretty routinely, it's just too painfully obvious to be ignored.
Well, if you have some dupes from Saudi Arabia, you have these dancing Israelis, and you have the George W. Bush administration. I'm sorry. And then you fast forward to today, where these guys actually work in unison. Like straight up, in the Middle East, they work in unison. Saudi, Israel, the U.S. work in fucking unison over there. Along with some other new teammates, right? Like I just said, Syria,
I was
kind of
about to
Turkey,
say Qatar is in the mix now.
Qatar, UAE. Yeah. But if
Yes,
that
Trump is
thing was
actually
meant to
getting
lead
really
here,
cozy with those Qataris.
yeah. But I'm just saying, like, what if those events then were meant to lead to where we're at right now? I mean, how could you not ask that question? Like, if they're not like connected to each other, like seriously. I know some people want to focus on, oh, the Israelis, we fight Israel's wars. Meanwhile, it's like, no, it's these devil worshippers over here. These cunty businessmen, forgive me, Amy, these cunty gangsters working together to terraform the world in their own image. I'm still on that theory. That one has not been debunked to me. Yeah, good.
I agree with you, but unfortunately, we do have to be allowed to talk about the Israel thing. We have to talk about the LGBT thing. It doesn't mean you get to hate anybody. I don't think that serves anything to hate anybody. But the point is, you have to be allowed to talk about it without being smeared so that you can understand how certain policies are not allowed to be discussed. And, that
bet
is,
your ass they are.
How come states were boycotting other states? You can't boycott Israel and get federal emergency aid, but you can boycott North Carolina or whatever it was over their bathroom bill. That is ridiculous, really. That, if they decided to do something in a different state that, California is going to boycott them, what is that? Okay, so the point is, it's not against gay people to say that is an inappropriate way to behave in a democracy with people that you disagree with. So if you want to change things, then you have to make the case and win people over. And so we have to be able to talk about Israel and how that whole thing is not allowed to be discussed and how that is corrupting to our society. That's not the fault of Jews. That's the fault of everyone who participates in the silence.
Fair enough, but I swear to God, I just
this is something that actually goes towards your point, Amy. Until like very late in the 19th century to very early 20th century, that statist form of Zionism was actually extremely unpopular in almost every Jewish community. So
yeah, but
to get all that shit put through. The
religious people didn't really, a lot of them come on board.
I'm sorry if I'm talking over you.
No, I talked into you.
What I was going to say is the Theodore Herzls, the Zev
Hey, yo.
Jabotinskis, the fucking David Ben-Gurions, they intentionally cozied up with anti-Semites because if say a bunch of Jews are being persecuted in Hungary, and I'm picking them right now because the guy leading that country, Viktor Orban, is a well-known anti-Semite. His political party has a long history of it.
I doubt that, but go ahead.
But anyway, the whole point of that is if we can make them scared of living in their own countries, then they'll think they have no choice but to come over here. And in the United States in particular, and this is something where you'll find like the Mike Huckabees, the John Hagees, the Jerry Falwells of the world. There's a lot of anti-Semites who are also like dyed-in-the-wool believers in that fucking end times prophecy where Jesus comes back from heaven on a white horse and kills most of the Jews after a small number of them willingly convert.
That's not my Jesus story, but
no, I know that's the
144,000.
This is shit that crazy people believe.
They're idiots.
144,000.
The thing is that belief, the reason why people believe that is because the Rothschilds printed a book in Oxford University Press in 1913 called the Schofield Reference Bible, and they pushed that out in the United States. If you do an engram, you know what engram, Google engram, where you look at word use frequency in print over time.
I did.
When
It's
you
a
do the
tight
word,
end for the Jaguars. Sorry, good. That was a joke. That was a bad joke.
When you do Judeo-Christian, that comes out, that pops out in 1940 when they start pushing that term. Before that, they're not using that term. Why? Because they're trying to build a climate that accepts Zionism and gets our country instrumentalized for making that country, new country. And, Allison Weir wrote a book called Against Our Better Judgment about how Brandeis was a Supreme Court justice. He vowed that he would not be part of any secret societies, and he's running B'nai B'rith out of his office. What is B'nai B'rith? It's a Jewish organized crime or Jewish, interests first, a Jewish people first group. So it's part of ethnic warfare, ethnic interests. And they were getting the state of Israel formed with the help from his offices as a Supreme Court Justice of the United States government. Okay, so this is an abuse that's been going on for a long time. Is every Jewish person responsible for Brandeis? Absolutely not. However, the community gets indoctrinated to be a weapon against anyone who tries to have these things looked into and discussed. And like, why is Allison Weir slandered as an anti-Semite? That's not true. When you use the word anti-Semite, what do you mean? Prove that is, what's your evidence? Like Orban, is he an anti-Semite, or is Turkey sick of being, not Turkey, Hungary, sick of things like Soros coming in and manipulating things? And so if they stand against those policies, does that make them a hater of Jews? Like, who just got called an anti-Semite for questioning certain things about Israel in this video? Who got called an anti-Semite for telling young people to get rid of porn and masturbation? Yeah, Spike Lee. Thank you. Right, so we have to be careful. Like, if you're going to use anti-Semite as a means to say you're disagreeing with Jews, then obviously you're going to ruin that word, and it's becomes nothing. Like, for example, World War II. Are we allowed to question the events of World War II and explore them and investigate them, including the U.S. Mass war crimes there? Are we allowed to look at that? Or is the whole Holocaust thing, an untouchable Holocaust, a way of protecting even the U.S. government from its crime record there?
I think we need a bunch of Jordans
Thank
around.
you for bringing up the Holocaust, because there's actually another fun detail
Light work
about Israel and its in the state's very early days in its infancy. Or actually, really just a little bit before that. Turns out a lot of the political Zionists, so again, Herzl, Jabotinsky, Ben-Gurion, they actually had a very dim view of Holocaust survivors because they viewed them as relics of like the old sickly Jew in their minds, and they were trying to create the image of a strong, muscular Jew.
They still haven't done that.
I
I know
can't
that
say
sounds
I
weird
know.
and potentially very oddly sexual, but that's the shit that they said. It's their words, not mine. I wish I was kidding.
Is there a strong Jew today?
I want
Dubster,
to
for those
line
who may
Dubster up
not be
in front of Bill
fucking.
Goldberg and say hike.
Fuck.
Of course there are, you dummy. Listen, there's
Wait, Goldberg the wrestler is a
yes,
Jew?
Yes.
Bill
Yeah, he's
Goldberg,
Ashkenazi.
you
He
dummy.
converted. He converted. He's not blood.
Dubster's like, no, he's my team.
You
I
gotta
swear to
admit
God,
it.
he's
You
on my
gotta
team.
deny it at all costs. He
He's on my team. Let me tell you. But no.
How goes the hunt for thick necks, Dubster?
I just found another one named Bill Goldberg. He can spear me all night. All right. Anyways,
I didn't know his first name was Bill.
Spear and jackhammer.
I'm wrecked. Here's the thing, man. I'm less so historical and more so, just watching behaviors happen and doing my best guess of what's happening. And for sure, conditioning has a lot to do with that, with all these scenarios.
Also, another
good.
another dimension to this: the question of who is or isn't a Jew. Like,
it's
Jordan.
Well, with healthy people, no one gives a fuck with regular people, right? No one gives a fuck until it becomes like a thing, like cultural thing. Before that, no one gives a fuck. Right?
I'm pointing this at people like fucking Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich. Like, Jordan, let's say
That's
tomorrow, for whatever reason, just the desire strikes you to convert to Judaism. You get I
already am Jewish.
Download a PDF. I was gonna say you download a fucking PDF of the Torah and comb through it, and you decide this is what's going to inform my life now. Are you any
Please
less
make it the
Jewish?
Hebrew Israelites, Jordan. Please, 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 please make it the Hebrew Israelites.
You want him to get stoned?
Listen, Amy, I'm everything and nothing at all. That's the mystery. But go ahead, Joe.
Or Amy, let's say you decided to convert to Judaism tomorrow for whatever reason. Are you any less Jewish than
take over the
somebody
world.
who was born to a Jewish family?
Religiously, no, but ethically, something different, I guess.
Yes.
There
is a difference.
Once again, I didn't even realize that till later in life, to be honest with you. Well, later as in like late teens-ish. I had no idea that there was a difference. I thought it was just religion. Personally.
So
in my opinion, it really should just be considered a religion. Because Judaism is something that you have to opt into.
There's measures
out
to
of.
it. Because they do not acknowledge your DNA to get the right to come back to Israel. But if you prove that you're
But Israel doesn't mean Jewish. That's a nation state, right? Although they try to claim that, doesn't mean Jewish.
Let me try and explain this.
Sorry, go ahead.
So it's not really about you being of the blood. And it's more if you converted, they don't really want people to convert. They don't proselytize. But at the same time, I would say probably 70% of people that call themselves Jews are not of the blood.
Okay.
Well,
So it's very confusing. It's very confusing. So if you're like a contributor and you convert, they probably give you a different treating than somebody that just converts it.
So Jordan, if you're a Stoudemire, you're legit.
Significant contribution.
Stoudemire, you're legit, Jordan.
Amari Stoudemire. Look at the Afro curls,
anyway,
bro.
That's what I was saying. Like, Amy, even if every synagogue you ever visited said no, you're not allowed to practice Judaism, can they really stop you from choosing to believe it? Not really.
Well, I think what's lost in the shuffle is the shell game, that it's an ethnicity and and a religion. So the religion has people from a lot of different groups. The Ashkenazi ethnicity is very ethnocentric, supremacist, and I would point you to Steven Pinker gives this speech called Jews, Genes, and Intelligence. And he talks about how anti-Semitism is really caused because, non-Jews are just jealous at how smart Jews are. And, what can they do? We're successful because we're so brilliant and they're dumb. And so they're just jealous. So they're going to snipe at us. But, there's nothing you can do
Give me someone
about
cool,
it.
though. Amy, give me someone cool. Steven Pinker's a little dweeb, little fuckface. Give me someone cool.
Yeah, whatever. But the point is,
No, I'm saying, give me someone
have to
cool
understand-
that I can respect.
well, he says that. He's a professor. Is he canceled? Is he fired for saying that shit? It's on YouTube. It's been there for 10 years. It's still
I'm
there.
sure he's not fired
So
or anything,
he
but
gave
he's
it.
a dweeb. He's a fuckface.
Whatever. He gave that speech
Once again,
at
Jordan,
the
name a
university.
cool Jew.
So
Bill Goldberg will
what I wanna
spear the
say
shit out of you, bro.
is, in the
Goldberg's
early
fucking
part
awesome.
of the last century,
Sorry.
in the early part of the last century, there was this
He's
whole.
not Jewish.
Can I say something, Dubster, please?
Yeah, Dubster, shut
In
up.
the early part of the last.
Shut up, Dubster. Good,
Yeah,
Amy.
go ahead and try.
Okay, forget it. I'm gonna eat my Taco Tuesday.
Oh my God, Amy, don't be that way. Express your dominance.
Dubster's an agent intentionally trying to dumb down the conversation.
Really?
Okay.
Whatever.
You're really
Well,
taking
maybe-
this out on me, huh?
It's possible.
Yeah,
Were
you're
you
really
the one
taking this
interrupting?
out on me.
Amy, just go ahead.
So,
please.
okay, this is what I want to say.
Motherfucker, there's 5 people talking.
In the early part of the last century was a eugenics mentality. People got very interested in the idea of genes and genes dictating your behavior and, being an important part of the, culture and all that kind of stuff. So that nationalism associated with this, that was most popularized first in the US as far as I understand. But I haven't studied it closely, so that might not be totally true. But so that's what was being picked up. And it's not just by the Nazis. It was also picked up by the Jews. Okay. So the Jews having an ethnocentric, racial, not religion. It's not my religion. It's my people, was every bit as abusive, but because they were associated with the highest ranks of power and media in the US, who's going to call them out on it? And then they have their organized crime operations through the ADL and the crime families, making it very difficult for people to criticize. And then they get these blackmail operations put together. And a lot of Jewish people have no idea this is happening, but they're conditioned to think that anytime anyone criticizes a Jew, it's just because they hate Jews and they're bigoted against Jews. And it's that same kind of narcissism that happened with feminism, that it makes you immune to constructively examining the evidence and seeing if something could change and you could resolve
the problem is
conflict.
conditioning, then, right? That's the problem.
I agree. I never said anything.
Quit
genetic.
interrupting.
No.
believe-
I'm saying,
I
in
don't-
general, why any group gets in a weird, fuck groups, honestly. It's individuals with loud mouths that get in these positions of power, by the way, or whatever, that do, harmful,
Yes,
these loudmouth dummies, right?
Powerful people condition people to be their human shields or their shock
No,
troops.
they
just
try
like-
to,
just
and
like-
it works. That's the problem, that
Yeah,
it
to
works
some
in the
degree.
first
Yes,
place.
to
No one should
some
be
degree.
falling for
To
this
some
stupid
degree,
shit.
not 100%. It's the same thing. It's no different than the way an American kid grows up thinking my country's always right and they're always helping people. That's why we went to Iraq and I'm going to sign up for the military. And if anyone says anything bad about it, I'm going to say,
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
you're terrible. You hate America because you're just jealous and blah, blah,
You
blah.
want
It's the
Osama
same
bin Laden to
thing.
win.
the
I used to
same
hear that
thing.
shit all the time. You want the terrorists to win.
Joe, how dare
Exactly,
you
but,
interrupt Amy's lecture?
There's loudmouths out there. That's what I'm saying. Where it's for whatever their pathological thing is for them personally, where they feel the need to be the leader, if you will, quote unquote, the leader, or what is it, the front of the classroom raising their hand? Can we have more homework, mister? Those motherfuckers, bro. Little dweeb.
Okay, don't make fun of those people.
Okay.
They were trying to help you.
I'm sorry.
I take that personally.
People I call dweebs. Okay, listen. You can be in the front of the classroom and be cool as shit. You can also be that
Leave us
asshole.
alone. Leave us
Johnny
alone.
put gum under his desk. That's what Johnny did. See, Mr.
Stop
Teacher?
persecuting us.
Dweeb.
Stop persecuting.
That person's
we
a
were
dweeb.
Karens in the making. God bless us.
Listen.
But I mean, of course, it's not like the people, but you do have to look at the power structure that is doing the manipulating, right? That's what
I'm calling those guys the dweebs because they have some sort of psychological something in the back of their minds somewhere, splintering their fucking minds, and they take it out on the rest of us. That's what I'm calling that, Amy. Like, actually. And there is more detail to that. I could definitely explain that as far as my perspective on it.
No, I think it's this, Jordan. I think that just like 9/11, what did that do? It traumatized the American people. It made them angry and scared, and so they were willing to go to war after war.
Who would do that on purpose, Amy? What is that?
The sick fucks who did
exactly,
that.
they're sick. That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
Okay.
I agree. But the point is, and so I always felt like the solution to that since 9/11, since 9/11 itself, I started doing this, was to help people snap out of it and think clearly and not fall for collective blame and collective punishment.
That's not up to you,
and that
though. I wish it was, but it's not, Amy. Well, I don't wish it actually was, but it's not up to you.
The point is, the more that little people like me all over the country push that instead of, get swept up. Yeah, let's get those motherfuckers, the more you counsel for that way of thinking and that, if it's a crime, you find the criminals and you prosecute them and you get the evidence and you prove it in court so no one in the world can assail it, But that's the same thing that happens, with the Jewish community. And so that doesn't mean every Jewish person is a jerk or whatever, but if they're terrorized and told that 6 million were killed in Europe, they hate us because we're smart, they hate us for no reason, you can't stop it, there's nothing you can do about it. Those people are fearful, and then fearful people are easier to manipulate. And I have compassion for it. It's just that we can't let that be the end of the discussion. Like, okay, you're scared. Guess what? I'll fucking hide you in my cupboard if someone tries to get you. I'm not gonna stand there and let someone kill you or beat you or imprison you for being Jewish. I'm not. But we do have to talk about the history and the present so that we can get out of doing these very grisly things in the world with our tax money and our name, all of us. And it's win-win for everybody if we get out of this. It's not us over the Jews. It's us together out of this bullshit.
Okay. I mean, I agree. I just, not saying you're saying this. I think you're kind of, like, you're just saying words, like words that make sense, essentially, but you're not directly saying, like, oh, we need to change people's minds. It's more of, hey, guys, you're being tricked. I'm trying to warn you that you're being tricked, right? That's kind of the idea you're saying, basically, right?
Yeah.
I think she said yes to that. You mute way too fast, Amy, by the way. It cuts your audio off. But,
sorry, I have my taco too, so, yes.
Oh my God. There better be cilantro on that fucking thing. Anyways.
California taco, guacamole, and
my idea is
fish.
Kind
Yo, he
fish
can't.
taco. But, yeah, my idea is like kind of, it's more of, I'll be myself around people, and thus, like, it's almost like very, because I have no problem with pride or being, is it rambunctious? Is that the word? I don't know. Just being like up front and being there, being you, wherever. I think that is that's the actual thing, where you're not trying to influence anyone, not trying to condition anyone, you're not trying to trick anyone, you're just being yourself around others. I think that is the actual key to things. Well, as far as like maintaining your morals about, not being manipulative or not trying to fearfully like, punch someone into going your direction or following your point of view. So I go with that.
Jordan, we should
we
should all be trying to influence you to learn how to swim.
Oh my God! Fuck you.
I am trying to influence people, but it is what you see is what you get. It's genuine. This is what I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm laying it out on the table. don't do what I say, but consider what I say, and then you look into things and you decide if what I'm saying has merit, because every person has their own free will. I'm not anyone's boss. I'm not anybody's mom except for my own kids, and they don't listen to me anyway. But the point is, so, you know, I'm just pushing back against the operations that I see. And yes, I'm a nerd and I don't do it as diplomatically as other smarter people, because I have different gifts and different weaknesses, whatever. But that's what I'm saying, is that we have to understand the manipulation. And as human beings all across the world, we have to figure out how to work together despite all of the things that we're told about ourselves and each other that make it hard to work together and make each other annoying to each other. We have to overcome that so that we can avoid being enslaved. So we have a good incentive to avoid slavery. So we just have to figure out how to put up with, however, misunderstandings, hurt feelings, past historical conflicts. We have to put those in the past. Yes, you can look at them and learn from them, but you can't relitigate them all and fight.
Fair enough.
And then be divided and conquered. We have to see what the game is and then play the best chess moves to get us out of it. And then we can argue about those things later and have a big party at the same time.
I think it should, like, everything should be brought forward, like all of it, everything, all at once. Pause, super duper pause. Everything. That's what I think. Like, someone can be like like you said, specialize in one area or another. But meanwhile, the point is, we don't want to be lied to anymore. I think we can all agree upon that, right? Even the quote unquote worst of the worst people on planet Earth. No one wants to be fucking lied to or deceived. They want to know answers to everything, right? I would think.
I would hope.
So thus, no one wants to be lied to. We can all agree upon that. Okay, should we be doing, like, whatever it is? Should we be doing this or that or that? Like murdering people? Should we murder people? Is that how you get things done?
Yes. Yes.
It's like, if you question that, like, actually walk that person through that point of view, like, actually, like, logically, they'd be like, all right, no, I think so, in my humble opinion. But there are things I think we can all agree upon existentially. Like, me personally, I don't want this for me personally. So thus, I think you can just, like, kind of start from there or around that area and actually get somewhere at some point. It's just, we can't be fucking pussies about it. Sorry, Amy. P words about it. Like, you have to actually say things. Like, there's going to be crunch time moments where you have to actually say something that you think about or that you believe in.
But it doesn't have to be that word.
I said P word, okay? Leave me alone.
Pretty sure I heard something with a little different.
Listen, Amy, if you're not here, I'm being Jordan around other people.
I have to love you anyway,
I'm
even though you're annoying. And that's what God said. That's why Jesus was such a genius, because he said you have to love the people, even the ones that are trying to kill you, even the annoying ones, even the ones who say the P word. That's what he said.
Welcome to YellBro.
Like that. That's crazy.
Anyways, you know what? Let's move on. Let's keep playing Tucker. He has 12 minutes left. Here we go.
The 9/11 Commission, not surprisingly, ignored this subject altogether. Here's what we know. As early as January of 2001, France's Foreign Intelligence Service learned that al-Qaeda was planning a hijacking plot involving a U.S. airline. What did the French tell the United States and when? We don't know. But the French are not alone. Others knew.
Well, there's no doubt that the Israelis and probably the British had better information than the people working against Osama bin Laden in the agency. Much better information.
Michael Scheuer ran the CIA's bin Laden unit in the late 1990s.
I remember this guy.
One reason foreign governments may have had superior information is that the NSA frequently shared signals intelligence details with them, details it withheld from our own CIA. Signals intelligence is a type of espionage that deals with intercepting phone calls and radio communications.
We needed the collection of signals intelligence out of Afghanistan. And since there was no central telephone company or communications companies, it was very limited you had to be lucky to find the signal. Well, we found a couple of signals, and we shared the information with NSA, and they collected information and wouldn't share it with us in the raw form. NSA reports are generally summaries of what people say over the phone. You don't really know always who's talking to who. The first thing we did when we got the first copies of translated material, we sent them to NSA and said, can you please provide the other half of this to us? And they said, thank you very much, but under the 1947 Act that created NSA, we don't have to share that with anyone, and we're not going to. But somehow, the Israelis and the Saudis always were able to find out something was there that they wanted. And so when we refused, they'd call the White House would call the DCI, and the DCI would say, give it to them.
We know very little about NSA's foreknowledge of 9/11 because the 9/11 Commission barely investigated it. Keep in mind, the NSA is the largest American intel agency by far. And yet the commission never assigned a staff member to research NSA files, in part because some of the 9/11 commissioners and staff simply did not understand what the NSA was and what it did. Even now, the NSA's terrorism archives still have never been thoroughly reviewed by outside investigators. If someone ever did go through those files, they'd likely find a treasure trove of previously undisclosed warnings about the 9/11 attacks. The NSA was the primary agency responsible for monitoring the switchboard through which al-Qaeda operatives communicated with each other.
Doesn't it feel like that was already like, if you looked into the 9/11 conspiracy stuff, it feels like that was already kind of, in a way, understood. And one of their main arguments was the NORAD stuff, right? I forgot what the acronym actually means, but
Five Eyes.
But it's like the planes being told to not shoot down certain things, or not there's like a drill or something. Like, once again, conspiracy theories, right? The idea was like there's like a drill happening.
There were drills of hijackings happening at the very same time, according to people who were in the government and participating in those drills. And then, so normally planes they call it scramble, I guess, where they would send up a fighter jet when there's a non-responsive, civilian aircraft or any other kind of aircraft, and that didn't happen, partly due to confusion over the
oh my god, tacos. Anyways,
over the drills, the simultaneous drills were taking place.
Okay, fair enough. But it felt like a lot of the things I saw back then were definitely, once again, back then for me is like 07, 08, 09 kind of territory for me personally. And a lot of the ideas or theories that were thrown out there was about like foreknowledge. Maybe even like as far as the thing I followed more was more so about that than it was about even like the idea of thermite or drone planes or dosification or anything like that. It's more so about like forewarning and then them allowing it to happen, and the idea of like what the Bin Ladens or someone related to Bin Laden allowed to like leave the country right after was an idea I heard. Definitely back in the day.
There's a female, I know that.
I heard I don't know. Maybe it was like an uncle or something I heard. It's so long ago, I don't fucking remember. But all right, here you go, Tucker. Let's keep going.
Are you talking about the lady? Never mind.
Go ahead.
Well, there was a lady. I think it's something else though. She was doing back channel negotiations with Barack Obama, or no, with Osama bin. No. Shoot.
Oh my God, you just got in so much trouble from saying that. Good God.
Saddam Hussein.
He's confused. Bin Laden,
there was a
Obama, and Saddam Hussein.
Obama. Barack Hussein Obama, Saddam Hussein. Okay, they're not totally crazy. So anyway, he was trying to negotiate a way to prevent the 2003 reinvasion, and this lady was part of those, communications, back channel communications, and then she was like arrested and held incommunicado for months or something. It was very strange.
Was she a relative of his?
Of whose?
Bin Laden? Because he's trying to say.
No.
Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, sorry. This was a different thing. Okay, sorry. No, she wasn't. She was an American official. She's working in the American government. And she basically got arrested for doing her job, it looked like. I'll try to find her and share that a link or something.
Okay.
Barack Hussein Obama, he's a bad hombre.
Barack Obama was fucking horrible, just not for the reasons that Trump likes to say.
Osama bin Barack.
More of a troll, right? Like you have all this war on terror and Osama bin Laden is evil and all this and Hitler, and then you elect a president with that name. It's just kind of interesting. I don't know.
Well, I didn't know his middle name until apparently you found out he's from Kenya or something. Then he became a Muslim, a secret Muslim or something like that.
And then before he was president, he helped, I think, overthrow bring in a different government, shall we say, in Kenya. Maybe it was election, but throw some big influence there. And a lot of people complained about him.
I have no idea. I heard about his dad complaining about things, but whatever. Let's keep it moving. Yeah, there's definitely plenty of people saying there was foreknowledge. I guess we'll see if Tucker shows us a little bit more into that. Here we go. Although it's a different angle, I think. Pause. Here we go.
Warnings about the 9/11 attacks. The NSA was the primary agency responsible for monitoring the switchboard through which al-Qaeda operatives communicated with each other.
It's certainly an absurdity for what the American people pay for signals intelligence to be collected, translated, and supplied to the intelligence community.
Oh, mom and dad's tax money pays for the
British,
NSA?
the Saudis, the Israelis getting information from our national security agency that we in the agency were not privileged enough to get.
A number of foreign governments may have had foreknowledge of 9/11,
they are.
but the Israeli government stands out in particular. And here's why. On the morning of 9/11, a group of 5 Israeli nationals purported to have witnessed the initial explosion of the World Trade Center and were seen to be celebrating the event. At the time, the celebrations received quite a bit of mainstream media coverage.
Fox News has learned some U.S. investigators believe that there are Israelis again very much engaged in spying in and on the U.S., who may have known things they didn't tell us before September 11th.
It's striking to
Thank
see
God for Fox
operatives from a
News.
supposedly allied country celebrating the mass murder of Americans. But it is true that some in Israel saw the attack as a good thing for them. A September 12, 2001 article in the New York Times quotes now Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu responding to the 9/11 attacks. Quote, "It is very good," before adding, well, not very good, but it will generate immediate sympathy. Netanyahu predicted that the attack would strengthen the bond between our two peoples because
Shit
we've
is so
experienced
old,
terror over
complaining
so many
about the music
decades,
kids
but the United
listen
States
to.
has now experienced a massive hemorrhaging of terror. According to FBI documents, the Israelis caught celebrating the 9/11 attacks had videotaped the terrorist attack on the World Trade Center and may have possessed foreknowledge of the same. When the Israelis were arrested in New Jersey, they were carrying box cutters, multiple passports, thousands of dollars in cash, and photos of themselves smiling with the World Trade Center burning in the background.
The Israelis are always for the Israelis first, last, always. They don't like the United States, except for the most part, our money. And yet, our National Security Agency is producing information for them, but not shareable with its own people. Go figure.
According to
Word.
My bad. What's funny about that is that I bet there's Israeli people that are intelligence, wherever the fuck they are, saying the same thing. Because you guys are not a part of the higher apparatus, if I had to guess. My personal opinion, can't say I know, but I think that's probably the case. Like, yo, Israelis don't even like us. It's based on the behaviors of Netanyahu or someone like that. And then someone in intelligence in Israel's like, these guys, Americans don't even care about us. Talking about whoever, George W. Bush or whoever in power. That's my guess of because
Jordan, I would just
the idea is for them to these guys. Oh, real quick. I think the idea is for these guys to sacrifice themselves for those higher apparatuses, if that makes sense. But that's it. Go ahead, Amy.
I'm just saying that sometimes people in government, they use the country as a shorthand for the people in their government, and they only mean those people. They don't mean the regular people, you know.
Oh yeah. So no, that's what I'm saying.
Because they're like when they say Washington, they don't mean the city, they mean the government leadership, you know, or Tel Aviv. It means, you know, the apparatus. So it's the people that they're interacting with, their counterparts in the government, the other government.
That's what I'm saying, Amy, except this fuck is not looking at his own government. Instead, this is Daddy. He's a good guy. Maybe not necessarily, but like he's kind of leaving leeway for that idea, right? Or am I tripping? Just like there's someone in Israel looking at their own higher apparatus as like, yeah, these guys are fine. But those guys over there in America, they suck. Meaning their government or whatever.
Yeah, I could be wrong, Jordan, but I don't think this is parallel systems. And so all these people inside the U.S. government are very frustrated that they're not even allowed to talk about the influence of a foreign government, APAC, ADL, SPLC, all like the influence in the media, the ownership of media. It's not 100%, but it's large and it's not allowed to be discussed. The cancel culture, like what happened to Helen Thomas, what happened to Rick Sanchez, all these people. So, they feel very frustrated that it can't even be discussed. And so, is that a parallel in Israel? I don't think so. I think they have a much more open discussion, and I don't think the U.S. people representing America get to silence the discussion over there. So it's it isn't really a parallel situation. And it is true that people who work in the government are more biased, probably, if they even bothered to do it, to think that there are good things in there as well as the bad things. And they might even be part of some of the bad things that you and I understand are bad, and they don't see it that way. And we might not agree with them on a lot of stuff, but it still is interesting to understand what people in those positions might be thinking. And we should listen to.
Well, I didn't say not listen to what they have to say. I'm just saying, like, I think this guy's another dupe. Like, the rest of these motherfuckers are dupes. Or they're part of it. One or the other. Just like Tucker is and was a dupe for a long time. So, like, that's kind of what I'm saying. And these guys wouldn't recognize their own shortcomings from their own government. Maybe they don't feel right saying it. Maybe it helps other countries if you say that out loud. Possibly. Right? And
Well, I would just say, though, like, as an anti-war activist, which I think you would be in that category too, it's very easy to say I wouldn't want to work in the U.S. government. I wouldn't want to work in the foreign policy or whatever, or the Pentagon or whatever, because it's what it's involved with. It's just I can't
because I have a brain.
Working.
That's why. But go ahead.
Well, right, but the point is, there's a lot of people who actually think it is important to have a government and a self-defense and all that kind of stuff. And they might not even agree with these foreign wars. In fact, a lot of people do seem to disagree, but they're not really allowed to do much about it. Just like you have people inside the FDA that aren't really allowed to do things about genetic engineered food. They don't like it. They didn't trust it. They never signed off on it. But the overhead people, that's the way Washington works. They put in people at the top, and then everybody under them has to submit or get fired. They can walk or they can play ball. So
I understand. It's just, I make statements about that, about their people's own value.
They mulling in there and trying to stand up and protect.
Why are you interrupting her, Jordan?
No, it's just saying that I talk about that in my own interpretation of things, where it's like you kind of lack your own self-value.
So all I'm saying is there's more than two choices: dupe or intentional, per agent of effery. There can be people that are trying to bend the, they do believe that we have to have a good country and protect our country, and good people have to get into those positions to try to make it better. And, Kiriakou, didn't he go to jail for exposing? Is that who we're just listening to? He went to jail?
No, that was not Kiriakou.
Or somebody
before this was Kiriakou. Yeah.
Yeah, for example, he was a whistleblower, right? So there were people, and Binning, he was a whistleblower. What's his name? McGovern.
After they found out, yeah.
Right. So, I mean, but, do you blame people for, like the person I was talking to today who's mad that the Pope doesn't know that global warming's a hoax? Well, that person didn't know it either until like a couple years ago. So obviously,
ignorance is ignorance, but I use the word dumb. Maybe that's not so nice to you, but maybe I'll call it ignorance if you want to. I'll call it ignorance.
Okay,
or they're a part of it.
You could say he's a dupe, but then I think you better be ready to say we're all dupes. Because what are we still falling for that we didn't
I am
notice
quite
it?
ready to say that, actually. Believe it or not. I am quite ready to say that.
Okay. Okay, then it's all right. Then I stand.
I think we're all ignorant about a lot.
Because being ignorant just means you don't know.
Yeah.
If you don't know, you don't know.
But I talk very candidly, Joe. So I say dummies and buttheads.
I don't want to sound like Donald Rumsfeld, but you don't know what you don't know, right?
Hey,
so
Jordan, don't call me a butthead, you fucking asswipe.
Fuck you,
but
ass face.
I just want to caution that if you were a millennial, you might expect to get a
Butthead.
trophy anyway. Just want to raise that.
Amy, that was an attempt at a joke that didn't land. Okay, so we're moving on. Here's more Tucker Carlson.
More Chatsworth Carlson.
Listen, Joe. Listen, all millennials, we're at war with the boomers, aka Gen X, and the Zoomers, aka Gen Z. We're at war with them. Is your fair warning right now. They are trash. We need to destroy them, and we're the best. Anyways.
We have to destroy them all.
We know how to use computers and knock you out.
Exact. Dubster gets it. That's the smartest thing Dubster's ever said in his life. That's the smartest thing ever he's ever said in his life.
Do you smell fire and brimstone raining out of the sky, Jordan?
Did I push Dubster and Jordan in the same camp? That's hilarious.
Well, let's be honest.
Amy.
Gen X and boomers move no one anywhere. So.
Yeah, tell me again how I'm the only one interrupting you while you're doing a 2.5-hour lecture.
Listen, Dubster, you're the most annoying one interrupting her. That's why.
Fucking.
Anyways.
Okay, Dubster, I confess that your interruptions have the least valid content, and so I am biased, and I am likely to lash out at you, and I own that, and I apologize, and I'll try to be better.
She's roasting your shit while she's apologizing, Dubster. What do you think about that?
Amy, I accept your apology. Thank you very much.
She threw 8 strays in the middle of that statement.
I accept your apology. Thank you very much.
Exactly. It said God bless at the end of it. All right. Let's continue. Here we go.
Our National Security Agency is producing information for them, but not shareable with its own people. Go figure.
According to FBI records, polygraph tests administered by the FBI suggested that they did not have foreknowledge of the attacks, but did engage in deception and were likely involved in illegal foreign counterintelligence. They were spying in the United States. The leader of the group, a man called Dominic Suter, fled to Israel on or around September 14th, 2001, immediately, and he was later included on an FBI anti-terror watch list distributed to European allies in May of 2002. Most of the Israelis were held in FBI detention for 2.5 months before they were deported for visa violations, a common way to expel foreign intel assets from allied countries.
The Israelis pride themselves on having infiltrated every Arab intelligence service, every terrorist group. Did the Israelis know about 9/11 and not tell us?
One memorandum submitted to the 9/11 Commission presented substantial evidence suggesting that numerous art students from Israel, who were in fact Israeli intel assets, had been strategically located across the United States. It's hard not to notice that they lived near the future 9/11 hijackers.
There were groups of Israelis traveling around the country as artists, sketching things. Happened to be one time around Cape Canaveral, I remember, and other places where there were certainly things to paint and sketch, but also noticeably near military installations or some other kind of installation in the government. So I think that's an open question yet.
The so-called Israeli art students centered their operations in Hollywood, Florida, and northern New Jersey. Those are the exact locations of the hijackers before the attack. According to the memorandum, quote, "It is very difficult to believe, based on the existing evidence and the location of their common central operating bases, that this group was not tracking the future hijackers and their collaborators as well." According to The Forward, a Jewish publication, quote, "The Israeli government acknowledged the operation and apologized for not coordinating it with Washington." Within a week of the attack, Israeli intelligence officials claimed they warned the United States about large-scale terror attacks on highly visible targets in the United States. But the specifics of those warnings have never been made public. There's no evidence they happened.
In fact, in the whole time I worked in counterterrorism from 92 till 2004,
Oops, we
I never
did
saw
it
one
again.
piece of information from the Israelis that was really worth anything.
As Americans, we need Washington to create a new, truly independent commission, one that does not lie, and that instead investigates what happened on 9/11 and answers the questions we posed in this episode. Who made the decision to ship the debris from the attacks?
That wasn't even a joke, Joe. Like, how the fuck do you do that? Create a commission that doesn't lie. It's like, how? It's like,
No,
Why did he add that in?
I'm laughing because I know it's not a joke.
how the fuck? Like, once again, forget about us. Tucker, how the fuck are you gonna do that, my man? You seem to be the most easily tricked motherfucker on planet Earth, apparently. Seemingly. Like, how the fuck are you gonna do this with your robotic thinking style? No chance.
He chose to word it that way too. One that
Yeah.
doesn't lie.
Yeah.
Those are
I
his
know,
words, right? Like,
I know.
nobody else is saying that shit.
Sorry, I hate to interrupt Jesse because he hardly says anything. Are you done, Jesse?
Another stray. But go ahead.
Sorry, Jesse. But I just want to say, I think we should have Santa Claus run it.
Oh my god.
That was a great contribution.
Dubster's on your shit now.
There's no one who's trustworthy who can run it. So it was a good contribution.
Can you trust me, Amy?
Be quiet.
You know who I want to
Go,
run
Amy.
it?
Amy, could you trust me doing it? She knows. She already knows. The delay right there, I already know. Okay.
I want it to be run by Joe Pesci.
Me, 5 of my homies, you know, weed and beer everywhere.
If you say
we
anything
will handle
but
this
black
shit for you
people
guys.
did it, we're not going to believe it, Jordan. Black people did it.
Anyways, let's continue. Here we go.
92 till 2004.
I love this
I never
video,
saw
actually.
one
Actually, I really like this video.
piece of information from the Israelis that was really worth
Not Tucker's,
anything.
our video, I mean.
As Americans, we need Washington to create a new, truly independent commission, one that does not lie, and that instead investigates what happened on 9/11 and answers the questions we've posed in this episode. Who made the decision to
that we're
ship the
posing
debris
this
from the attacks
episode.
out of this country immediately, and why? What was the role of the CIA office in Building 7? What signals intelligence did the NSA have in relation to the plot? And how much of it did they share with foreign governments? What did those foreign governments know and fail to tell the United States? The American public deserves answers immediately to those questions. These are all questions the 9/11 Commission itself ignored. Why did the FBI's most wanted poster for Osama bin Laden, updated in November of 2001, omit any mention of the 9/11 attacks? Why did it take the government 5 years to release footage of the Pentagon? And why were there only 2 publicly available videos of the
5
Pentagon
frames
crash?
per second. Yeah.
The Pentagon was one of the most heavily secured and surveilled buildings on planet Earth. And yet, even now, more than 20 years later, there are only 2 videos. Why did U.S. forces abruptly bury Osama bin Laden at sea and never release any photograph of his body? How hard, but
You see how, why I was saying, like, yo, why aren't you, like, juxtaposing this next to the Charlie Kirk thing of, like, how we don't get answers in general? Like, yo, is there a
To
problem
be
with
fair,
this thing?
Charlie Kirk was murdered after this was already made, just to be fair. It was supposed to come out the day after he was murdered. So it was probably already in the bag The fries were
Okay,
in the
but
bag.
guess what? Tucker's not working for a network except his own, so thus he can actually like juxtapose. He could do that if he wanted to, because there's plenty of questions about Charlie Kirk. Now, once again, I'm not saying Charlie Kirk is the most important human being of all time, but he's important. Everyone's important, and it's like
And it's a recent example.
it's recent, and it's his friend, right? He knows him
But you know what
personally.
Noam Chomsky would say? You know what Noam Chomsky said about JFK?
Leave the
He said,
conspiracies
people
alone.
die all the time. Who cares? That's
Yeah.
what he said.
Fair enough.
Well, not everybody's the president of the most powerful country in the world.
Hey, maybe Noam is really good with linguistics, but sucks at fucking logic. Maybe that's the case. Maybe we should all consider that. Just saying. But anyways, Tucker, there's no, like, I don't care if you pre-film all this. The point isn't to be cinematic. The point is to try to approach the truth, right? That is the point of all of this. So why not bring up like the kind of ties between like events that the mass amount of people care about and how we get nothing out of it, like no real answers from it, from Epstein to Kirk to 9/11 to JFK to any of these fucking theories, JFK, MLK. We don't get like somehow we just get like, are they saying we can't handle these things? Is that the case? Hey, why not ask that question with your documentary? Why not do that? Maybe he does. Who knows? But it's like, I'd be like on that on day one, personally.
You can't handle the truth.
Okay, Nicholson. Whatever.
I did my best. I mean, I'm a lady. What am I going to do?
I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. Did I do that? No,
Because
is
you
that okay?
can't handle the truth.
That was better. I figured out who should lead the commission. It's Cynthia McKinney. Dr.
my
Cynthia
gosh.
McKinney.
Amy, I want you to be honest
I vote no, and I'm not even sure who that is.
Amy, be honest again.
Because Amy likes her.
Amy, be honest again. Would you pick me or Cynthia? Be honest. Who would actually lead?
Anybody but Jordan.
Be honest.
Okay, I hate to be rude, but she has been tested in a much higher, stronger, more difficult environment than you have. I'm sorry.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I think you'd pick YellBro all day. I think you would pick this Discord over any other commission.
She was awesome.
And we'd win. We'd win, by the way. We would win.
She got pushed out twice and she came back. She was the one who said about the accounting when they lost the trillions in the Pentagon. She's the one who called out Donald Rumsfeld right before 9/11.
But I'm Jordan. That's all. I'm Jordan, though. Come on.
But she's
on.
Cynthia.
Okay, if Cynthia can make it through my Discord, I'll be like, okay, fine. But good luck.
If Cynthia came in your Discord, you'd just be in awe. Like, oh my God.
That's two
She's
pauses
so-
in a row right there. But okay.
So brilliant and kind. Anyway.
She was the one where Al Gore asked, like if someone has a dispute on the election, she's like, I don't have a signature of the senator and I don't care. That was her.
Don't let Jordan get there. All right, let's continue. Back up a little. Here we go.
20 years later, there are only 2 videos. Why did U.S. forces
Really quick,
bury
Jordan.
Osama
I'm
bin
sorry.
Laden at sea?
Sorry, good.
I'm so sorry, but that section of the Pentagon is the accounting section too, by the way. This Cynthia McKinney thing, that's why I thought of her name, because I saw that section of the Pentagon. I'm like, oh yeah,
Okay.
that's where they were supposed to be doing the accounting, and they just happened to get hit. Who knew? How'd the terrorists know? It's crazy.
And this is like definitely a decent amount of time after, because the images I saw were like actual holes where there was building.
Yeah,
This
and
is like
no
a whole.
plane.
This is
And
yeah.
no plane.
I saw images of like plane parts on the lawn ish.
I saw
you
one
didn't.
engine.
I
and it
think I
was
did, but God.
Apparently consistent with a Global Hawk drone.
Once again, I'm not
No.
some expert, but what I did see
Mandela
an image
effect.
that was a wider. No, it wasn't. It's not Mandela effect. I swear I saw images of like a wider scale like camera that showed like parts on the lawn and all that shit and a fucking hole in the fucking thing.
Yeah.
and some wings over there, or wherever the fuck. I swear I saw that.
The wings made it in the building,
Mandela
supposedly.
effect.
Are you sure you're not thinking about the Pennsylvania little?
There's
little
never
show
been a
there?
photo
Yeah, there's no parts.
that showed any plane parts for the Pentagon.
I think they were saying the wings were like disintegrated. I think is the idea, and the the what's it called? Like the
What about
cockpit
the plane?
Yeah,
went through it, like
The
made
air
like a giant
density
hole.
that close to the ground at that speed would have caused the wings to vaporize and drop into the water.
Yeah.
What about the whole plane?
There
Where'd that
was
go?
what I once again.
There was
I
not
saw
anything
images.
identifiable of
Not
the plane.
saying it's true or
No, you
not.
didn't.
I saw images
Mandela
of
effect.
fucking shit on the ground. No, that wasn't mainstream
didn't.
released. That was That was Conspiracy World released. That's where I saw that at. From Ryan Dawson, right?
Photoshop?
Maybe it's photoshopped. I leave room for that. I'm just saying I did witness that with my eyes, and not Mandela
Okay.
effect. I saw that as far as someone said, "Here's a photo of what happened," or "Here's a photo of the parts that people are claiming are missing. Here it is." That's all I got. I don't have any confirmation of
Loose
that. I'm just
Change
saying.
came out.
I got
Before Loose Change It came out, there was a very good documentary by Eric Hufschmidt. It was called 9/11 Painful Deceptions. And he also made a picture book that went with it. And he has a photo inside the Pentagon that shows parts of planes or, whatever, some debris and one
Okay.
engine. And he thought it was consistent with the Global Hawk.
Okay. Fair enough. I have not seen that. I saw it once again. I was looking at the main idea, which was that it was like a gas station or something. Their surveillance video, which was like 10 frames per second, just is very like not very telling video image. And I saw Dawson's thing, kind of like trying to counter it. I saw that, and it's like the idea is that it went through like posts. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if it's like telephone poles, but like street lights or something like that. It went through that, and then the nozzle of the plane went through the fucking building and left like a giant hole, and then it collapsed after that. This looks like cleaned up, like afterwards, right? Looks very like cleaned up, if you will. But once again, I like instead of like my perspective is not to argue theories so much as like, hey guys, you can still investigate this and like really find answers because you have the most intricate resource base on planet Earth, but you're not using it for that, are you? You're using it to tell us that there's weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, that Iran has nukes, that whatever Gaza is just say some sort of experiment done by Iran somehow. Syria is doing chemical attacks. Like this is what they use their quote unquote resources for, but they don't show us the actual work done. They show us, to call back before Dubster, they show us X equals 2 instead of showing us their work. You know what I'm saying? They just give us an answer without the equation or the work done on the equation. So thus, this is why we all have like different questions, different perspectives, different sources we've seen before. But the answer is kind of simple to me. Do an actual investigation, straight up. And thus my begging for Tucker to actually dive into the Charlie Kirk thing in tandem with this. Because like, hey guys, we're asking simple questions with an event that happened not so long ago, right? A little over a month ago, where like we could actually get these answers like right now. If we really ask for them. But yet they're hiding them anyways. And people are asking to some degree, but it's like, why not tie the parallels together? Why not do that narrative-wise to showcase there's certain events where we just don't get fucking answers, and then 20 years goes by and we're stuck then. Not fully stuck, but when someone says like, well, why am I going to do that? It's 20 years ago. I'm not fucking investigating that. Well, what do you expect is like that's going to happen most likely? And then 9/11 becomes JFK, which became whoever. Some other incident before that. I don't know, what's his name? Franz Ferdinand getting shot and killed, whatever. Events that happen. Yes.
Yeah, that was Franz Ferdinand.
events that happen where we don't actually get full-scale investigations of what happened. So they skip past it and say, well, that's so old. Why are we talking about that? Like, once again, Charlie's only a little over a month old. Why does it become like, that story's so long ago? Why are we talking about that?
Fucks me up that it's already been a month since then.
Yeah.
Where does the time go?
It goes to YouTube, apparently, where time disappears. All right, let's continue. Here we go.
Videos. Why did U.S. forces abruptly bury Osama bin Laden at sea and never release any photograph of his body? How hard, by the way, would it be for amateur pilots
down the
with only
ocean.
basic aviation training and no experience flying jumbo jets to navigate to lower Manhattan and crash into a building? The majority of hijackers were flagged for additional screening at the airport. How did they get on those watch lists? And why didn't security slow them down? Why wasn't there substantial wreckage of Flight 93 at its supposed crash site in Shankville, Pennsylvania? We were told the crash of that aircraft was so powerful that it vaporized the aircraft's hull, and yet the hijackers' passports were found intact at the site. How does that work? And who was being protected by the Commission's unwillingness to answer these questions? Someone was. None of these questions were even asked by the 9/11 Commission. It's time that someone asks them and that the government answers them. On September 11, 2001, nearly 3,000 people were murdered. In the years that followed, hundreds of thousands more perished as a result of our response to those attacks. The government enacted measures that suspended constitutional protections. The freedoms this country was created to protect, they're gone now. The government employed illegal warfare tactics, including torture and the murder of innocent individuals. Those attacks fundamentally altered the way America operates, the way all of us live here.
And Trump hired them.
And yet not everyone suffered in the aftermath of 9/11. Some emerged the winners. Reveal who profited from 9/11 in the next installment of our series.
Oh my God. It's like
over.
These are like TV series. Like it's almost CNN's logo, is it not? It's almost the logo. Okay. Fair enough. Did I play the Niels, what's his last name? Niels Harrit. This is about the thermite.
Jordan, I want
in particular.
a song video that basically solves the whole thing. I'll find it. But go ahead.
Okay. You find it and link it. I will play it. But for now. Now, I've heard this. There was the one I saw was like over an hour long because Niels had his own cameraman, like a smart person should do. All right, if you get like interviewed by CNN or something like that, like bring your own camera guy too. Have your own copy of the thing because they will edit.
That's actually brilliant. I've never heard of that. I like that a lot. Because so many people have been complained about having a long extended interview and then little clips taken out of context. So
Yes.
that's why.
Make sure your own guys are there. Get it videotaped, or if you have to hire a crew that you maybe trust, hopefully you trust, bring them in. Let them do recording as well without edits, without commercial breaks. Like the actual raw footage. Always have that shit
Somebody
on you.
recently
to do
did that. Not even recent, a couple of years ago. Did that to one of the big news agencies. I forgot which one. But then they aired what they were gonna air. And then they're like, you edited my fucking shit, so I'm releasing it.
You know the topic at all? Or
I don't remember. It was a couple of years ago.
I know there was a guy who went to Davos, and that's the name of it, where it's like a kind of like a financial world leaders and world banking financial shit, right?
Yeah, it's 9/11 boy goes to that. Yeah, 9/11 boy goes to Davos.
No. That's the the Bill Burr group.
Oh, okay.
The Bilderberg, but
yeah.
Open Anthony called it the Bill Burr group, which is hilarious. But
Bill Burr.
No, this was different. This was a guy who had his own set. he had the CNN feed, right? And he had, because it wasn't like in person, it was like across video feeds with each other. And he had these guys sit here and record him while also getting the CNN feed at the same time, just like having them there unedited. But that was like something with Davos and, you know, billionaires, and they're saying like, oh, the guy was like, one of his main points was like these millionaires that get paid to defend billionaires to make sure like they're almost like a protection layer between them, regular people, and the filthy, filthy rich. And this guy was like the guys who are like these millionaires defending it are like barriers to protect them in a way. But it might not be. It might be something different than what you're saying. But all right, I'm gonna play on
it's not that.
Okay, I'm gonna hit play on this. I'll be right back though. But it's quite interesting. And if I can find the long version, either way, you'll see the names here, and I will link this video so you can maybe find it yourself. But there's like an hour something long version of this that Niels himself released. Maybe it got banned on YouTube. Who knows? I'm sure like something like BitChute might have it for sure. Possibly. But me and James watched this shit years ago. And it was very interesting. But here we go.
Your paper, was it published in a leading journal and peer reviewed?
No, it was published in what we call an open journal.
Mm-hmm. And peer reviewed in that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And what was being a reaction by other scientists? Have you been challenged at all?
Zero. No, challenge, no, not really on the... some challenge on the mythology. People have asked, why haven't you done this? Why haven't you done that? And this is, you can always say that.
But what's been a reaction of scientists to your conclusions?
No. No. It is beyond doubt the best peer-reviewed paper ever in my career. I would like to know how many times it has been downloaded, how many people have actually read it. Nobody has challenged your conclusions. You can always challenge the details of how the data were made, and this is fair enough. But when it comes down to it now, if you don't believe this, you don't believe that. So what is it? What is the red gray chips? Nobody has come up with a better hypothesis than ours.
We asked two experts at Carnegie Mellon University to look at Professor Harriot's published theory.
If you showed me a pile of dust, I could find almost anything in there, but not in a large quantity.
1.2 million tons of building materials were pulverized.
But not nanothermites, okay? Let's be real.
Dust samples. Later, the research group R.J. Lee took about 100,000 samples and analyzed them all thoroughly. Professor Harriot and his colleagues rely on 4 samples. They selected the particles they wanted to examine and then made the most dramatic verdict.
This is not the interview. This is apparently a whole thing.
This is a little whitewash. Yeah, I just happened to find some nanothermite floating around because that's like everywhere, really. It is so hard to make it. You don't understand how tedious. You have to make it inside a vacuum environment, which means you have to have the containment, the cleanliness, the pumping system. I used to work in that kind of stuff. It's really hard. So no, this is not floating around in random samples of dust when it hasn't been intentionally put there.
Okay, but I think that Niels guy is arguing from your perspective. But I thought it was like just a straight interview portion of it. But I guess they're showing clips of a documentary or something here. I didn't realize that. Okay.
You can jump to the music video.
Oh my god.
You're gonna love this. You're just gonna love it. It answers all the questions in one musical video.
Okay, let me get to the beginning of... It's not that long ago. Okay, we'll go here. Your music video. Let me see. My mouse wants to work.
It's in the chat. Is
that Graham Elwood?
No, Martin Noakes.
There's a million reasons why I don't believe it.
He's lip syncing.
not hot enough.
Oh my god, you nerd, Amy! It's shot in 80s style too. Multiple faces singing.
There's a million questions still to be resolved.
YouTube, no one asked why I'm playing this. Okay.
Muslim guys, 7 still remain alive. It's not a mystery.
This is so 80s.
9/11, what went down with Building 7? It's a mystery.
Amy, shut up, Amy, shut up, stop it.
This is like when the first music videos came out.
With such precision, false reasons, no reasons given. Like the tablets, it just fell.
I'm already done, Amy. Listen.
Oh my god, I love it. I'll be
that's
quiet. I'll
cool.
be quiet. I'll be
There was
quiet.
another 3 minutes to that song. No way.
You're not finished learning. Come on.
No
you bring in
way.
the facts.
Go bump some
In a
Jada.
catchy tune. You'll be singing this in the shower.
Go bump some Jada.
Whoa. Listen, as you say, Amy.
Cheers.
God bless.
It's good.
God bless.
It's good.
As you say, God bless. Keep it moving.
No one's
They should have
listening.
presented it like Blue's Clues.
No one is singing this in the shower.
You get the double faces like on the side singing as he's in the middle singing. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, that's so
I'm singing this in
nerdy.
the shower. I'm gonna sing it in the
That is Hall of Fame nerd.
Anyways, let's
check
get...
out the USS Liberty.
Anyways, here we go.
Come on, I'm stuck in the 80s.
We asked
You guys are no fun.
experts at Carnegie Mellon University to look at Professor Harriot's published theory.
If you showed me a pile of dust, I could find almost anything in there. But maybe
By the way, I didn't get this from this guy.
Windows 3.1.
1.2 million tons of building materials were pulverized. The US Geological Survey took 38 dust samples. Later, the research group
Neil's guy
R.J.
does
Lee
responses to
took
NIST.
about 100,000 samples
So-
and analyzed them all thoroughly. Professor Harriot and his
they're
colleagues
saying the
rely
paint
on
had-
4 samples. They selected the particles they wanted to examine and then made the most dramatic verdict.
Weren't you being selective?
Pardon?
Weren't you being selective?
Yeah, we are selecting the red grape chips from the dust, of course.
Trying to find something out rather than being objective.
What should we...
You had a conclusion in mind when you did it.
Yeah. Please, a scientific work and a scientific paper is a set of data and a discussion and the best hypothesis of the day. And that's what it is.
He's swagging on him.
That's what they suggested.
And if they're asking for more, and
Professor Fruhan, let me give you what Professor Fruhan said to me. He said, if you showed me a pile of dust, I could find almost anything in there, but maybe not in a large quantity. You should do more of a quantitative analysis when you look at essentially there's thousands of such particles, analyze those and walk over to you could always find something in a pile of dust, and that proves your point.
I thought this would be like the portion of the
and could be a lot of other explanation for it as well.
so why don't you present the other explanations?
They concluded that it was a highly energetic material.
So this video is actually going against this guy that I was going with. Made more sense than the other guy. Than some dumb fuck at CNN.
We should do a crowd research project that the next time there's a big fire like the Palisades or something, we should go get some dust and see how much nanothermite is in there. This very difficult engineered material. It doesn't just land up in your, your metallic objects, inside your electrical components, your whatever.
Hey, what are you
it's
talking
not in
about?
your
You're saying nanotherm. I have no idea what you're talking about.
What I'm saying is they're claiming that these people cherry picked their data samples. And if I look at enough samples, I could find anything. Well, no, you couldn't find flakes of nanothermite, a very highly difficult to make engineered material that takes, that isn't routinely found around because it's so hard to make. So no, you can't just you're not going to find diamonds in random samples of dust from the World Trade Center. You're not going to find a lot of things. And you're not going to find that randomly. Okay, so that means somebody put it there. So if we go to the Palisades fire and grab 50 random samples, we're not going to find nanothermite flakes because no one put it there, unless maybe they blew that shit up. I don't know. If we found something we knew was a genuine fire or a genuine thing that wasn't related to any kind of arson, then you're not going to find that shit.
Now, once again, this is the actual thing, and it was BBC, not CNN, and it's 2 hours long, not an hour long, but I swear I watched this before. And he kind of wrecks the dude he's talking to. This apparently is like partially like a counter to the Niels Harrit guy. Although, if I had to guess, the originals of all this stuff was deleted, and instead this was put in. Which is very weird to me. Very, very weird. But fine, we'll watch it this way. But once again, I will link the BitChute. No, what they're doing is that the Niels Harrit guy was talking to this dude, right? And he's like, well, if you have a different hypothesis, bring it to me. And instead, they're kind of like picking out kind of ideas instead of like, present it in front of everyone. Do that. Right? It's like, it becomes political at this point, in my opinion, where they're like kind of YouTube debunking the guy instead of like actually like pose the argument when he's right in front of you type of thing. Not saying BBC has anything to do with whoever made this video. But the Niels Harrit's guy, it did not, his thing didn't actually make it to anywhere where it was actually like debunked in front of a crowd, in front of everyone. It's more so just, no, shut up. 9/11 was this. Shut up. That's what it seems like to me, personally. I don't know all the science, but his ideas are not actually being presented to where they can be debunked, in my opinion. And more, it's in my idea, it's more imagery and essentially cherry picking, which is what they accused him of doing. All right, but here we go. Let's find out.
Material, and on a kilogram basis, it gives off less energy than burning paper.
How much, in comparison to an office fire, is being released in terms of energy? The same calculation.
I don't know actually, but I probably you'll get more out of the office fire because when coal burns,
yes, it's twice as much as the most. So it's 15 kilojoules per gram.
Yeah,
that's twice as much as from your supposedly dangerous compound.
No, you haven't understood.
I've understood perfectly, and there's more energy being released out of an office fire than there is out of this supposedly highly dangerous material.
I have to then entertain you a little bit about basic chemistry, because what you are referring to is the combustion of carbon, basically furniture, trees.
Everything's carbon.
In air. So there are two components in that reaction, and that is the carbon in the wood and the air. And it is a very slow reaction. It's true that more energy is released, but it's very slow. So over the time, probably, actually, it's true, more energy is comparable, twice as much is comparable. It is more energy is released when you burn carbon, but it's what we call a diffuse fire. It's burning from the surface. So you can never reach temperatures of 1538 degrees centigrade, which is the melting point of iron. Do you have a stove? Have you ever seen a stove? Have you ever seen it melt when you put in wood in the stove? Have you ever seen that? No, of course not. You cannot melt iron in ordinary office fire. You are
Be back later. I'm gonna take a shower.
eventually 1,000 degrees
TMI, man.
below
TMI.
the melting point of iron. So come on.
Well, at least you know what to sing when you get there, okay?
Also TMI. Also TMI.
I'm not singing no fucking song in the shower.
This is on my YouTube
Yes, you
video.
are.
9/11 song.
The office substation they looked at
9/11 in
uses 17
showers.
to 20 kilojoules per gram.
And now it's a matter of public record that Dumpster Brian sings in the shower.
Energy is being released by your supposedly highly energetic material.
Time is an issue. And the point is the temperature you reach within time. The thermite reaction brings its own reactants, and it reacts very fast. So that's why you get a temperature of 2,500 degrees centigrade. Now in office fire, unless you blow in oxygen, you don't get beyond, say, 700 degrees centigrade. You are roughly 800 to 900 degrees below the melting point of iron. So your point is irrelevant.
His colleague, Professor Pistorius, thinks there may be a simpler explanation.
I found bits of paint.
These were not filmed together, by the way. Separate incidences right here.
After we paid him $1 million. Sorry, go ahead.
We found a lab to really think about this. After a while, we came up with an explanation. These things are not next to each other, obviously. The other thing is two dudes arguing in a room doing an interview, right?
I just want to also add something else they found in the dust was spheres of iron. Okay, so they don't think that was molten steel, but because steel has other compounds in it, or it's an alloy, it's not pure iron. They found pure iron, which is supposed to be a byproduct of this reaction of the thermite. So the nanothermite reacts, and it, if I remember correctly, it produces iron, and they saw spheres of it, very small spheres, which means they were it was molten iron.
Yeah. I have no idea. Iron Mike. All right, that's all I got. All right, here we go.
Thinks there may be a simpler explanation.
I found bits of paint, I think.
Paint?
Yes, it is not unusual to use as a primer or an intermediate coat of paint barrier pigments, so things like micaceous iron oxide, which is a flaky kind of iron oxide, and aluminum, which is what they found.
It's a primer coat used and specified by the
Aluminium.
New York Department of Transport. Did you know that? No. Widely used in New York.
They're talking about aluminium, Jordan.
Did you know that?
So you suggest that you have a paint which actually reacts at 430 degrees and produces iron in the process? Is that what
Who's that? Dober
If you
again?
heat it,
Dober
then
too?
it gives off eventually. Did you know that?
So you
aluminum oxide, which is what they found.
It's a primer coat used and specified by the New York Department of Transport. Did you know that?
No.
Widely used in New York.
Pardon?
It's widely used in New York. Did you know that?
So you suggest that you have a paint which actually reacts at 430 degrees and produces iron in the process? Is that what you're suggesting?
That if you heat it, then it gives off, eventually it will give off some heat, yes.
It means that if in a fire, it would be the quite opposite of fireproof.
The Danish chemist Niels Harrit and his colleagues have looked at one primer paint from the World Trade Center. They say it doesn't match their mysterious red-grey chips.
Any large structure like what the World Trade Center was would have lots of different coatings on it. There would be interior coatings. These red and grey layers, they are typical for paint from structural steelwork.
Professor Christopher Pistorius, who's an expert in this type of paint.
You should go and publish that.
Yeah. He said there was this type of paint was in use at the
See, that's where I click in right there, where it's like, I don't know the exact science they're talking about, but I can have the dumb guy logic of like, well, then tell everyone that. He just said, okay, publish it. That's where I'm thinking. But yeah, publish it. Show everybody. And I'm sure everyone who sees it will just comply with it because it's so correct, right? or it's most plausible, if you will. For some reason, where's the publication on it? That's my dumb guy logic on it, personally. So you're doing legit, like nothing to hide. Just show it to everyone. Show everyone that. Bring someone who can speak to. Bring in Bill Nye to explain on a dumb guy level the science of it. Do that. Do everything you can. Are they pretending like there's not theories out there about what happened on 9/11? Of course there is. Is the correct protocol in regards to that to be like, hey guys, shut up. You're wrong. It's all conspiracy theory. Shut up. Is that how you handle things? So, questions
conspiracy, Jordan.
beg
Shut
the
up.
questions. And it all begs the question. Like for just regular ass motherfuckers. If you think you're so fucking smart, fucking prove it. Even to us dummies, prove it.
I am very smart.
I'm smart. All right, here we go.
From structural steelwork.
Why are they afraid to do that? It's
The
crazy.
story is who's an expert in this type of paint.
You should go and publish that.
Yeah. He said there was this type of paint was in use at the World Trade Center. He also suggests that there were lots of different types of paint of this type of primer paint being used, not just one, because
Okay, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. If they put in an explosive paint, they would do it in secret. They wouldn't tell everybody. And so how the frick would you know? It's not going to be on the official, whatever you call those, the purchasing sheets and all that kind of stuff for the construction companies that was going around.
The painting
World Trade Center.
manifest.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, the records. It's going to be hidden. You idiots. Anyway, sorry. But it didn't say.
Yeah, that never struck me as legitimate. Like that logic of argumentation. Once again, I don't know shit about the science of all this stuff. But like, it doesn't work in my sense of like simple ass logic. It sounds stupid on its face. Let's continue. But then again, he's not arguing with a science. He's arguing with a BBC guy. Pause. That's major pause, actually.
It's like saying like some wife poisons her husband with something illegal to have, and oh well, we didn't see anything in her shopping list that said that she bought this, so it can't be true.
Yeah, that's stupid. And you see that quite a bit of the little tryhards that only accept official information about any topic. And they can't think beyond that for some reason. The honest ones can't think beyond that. Yet. Michael Tracy, there you go. But the dishonest ones will abuse it. I can't say where this BBC guy is. Also pause for that as well, again. But he could just be like following the official story and like, no, it can't be true. It has to be this. Because my loyal royal government would never do this. Which is, to me, just, you're one of the dumbest people ever. But I bet he got good test scores when he went to college. But I bet he had really good scores. But just one of the dumbest nincompoops on planet Earth at the same time. But let's continue. Here we go.
This type
I actually had something I wanted to say.
Good.
I was going to say, as far as like the thermite itself goes, there's a lot of different ways to make that, but not all of them are going to burn at the same temperature.
Yeah, and
So,
Amy
like,
was saying that. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like some blends use magnesium versus titanium versus iron, copper.
I mean, I have no idea. But yeah, I could believe there's different properties to different reactions to different properties of anything.
It's like this though. It's not what temperature that they go. It's how much energy is released. And if you release a lot of energy in a very short time in a very compact space, the temperature locally is going to go up very high. So that's the whole point.
Like a
How
bullet.
do you get molten steel? Well, like those. Well, I don't know.
The idea of potential
Well, it's
energy
not
versus like kinetic.
melting, but I'm just saying, so like the fire has to react the air with the material. So it's at the surface that's happening, right? Because the material inside the block of wood isn't touching any air yet. Okay. It's like rust. It only happens on the surface, and then it has to break through and get deeper and deeper, because that's where the actual contact between the two things reacting happens. So if you make the layers though, then you can have much more surface. So once you get enough temperature to start the reaction, the whole thing goes and it will blow up. And locally, like it could cut through a steel beam, you know, if it's designed in the right way. And that's what people said, that they saw evidence of beams cut in ways that are like when they do shape charges in a wired building, so that they cut them and then they slide down over themselves, like cut it at an angle so that as it is falling, the top part slips down next to this lower part. And so this is about energy density. It's not the temperature, the equilibrium temperature. This is about kinetics. So thermodynamics says, what temperature does this melt? But the reaction, it's how much of the reaction you can get to take place, how quickly will give you the energy density and then the local temperature for that short period.
Actually, here's a fun experiment that you could do just at home. If you have, you know that desk toy that's just like a bunch of metal balls hanging from some strings. Pause.
Yeah,
Like that desk toy
where the balls bounce back and forth.
Yeah.
Super pause. But yeah.
Yeah. If you
My
suspend
husband gave ours away, but we had that.
All right, so Amy knows exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, suspend two of them up in the air. Pause yet again. Put a piece of paper. Put a piece of paper like right in the middle. You let the balls go. Pause. And when they smack into each other, wherever they make contact on that piece of paper, you're going to see a little burn mark on it.
Really, as in like energy generated, I guess, or friction.
That would be like friction of the impact, right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because a
They're
little
both
bit of that
bouncing.
metal is oxidizing, and the burn is caused by waste heat.
Okay.
Actually, if you want to do something nasty, you could just get like one. You could get like a glass ampule full of cesium and just throw it at something.
Okay.
Because that stuff is so violent, you're not gonna find it. You're never gonna find pure cesium in typical Earth atmosphere.
Well,
the moment that shit gets any oxygen, it's on fire.
Well, let me go like dumb guy sense of things, where it's like you have like a firecracker in your hand with your palm open versus closed, and like the combustion of that, where it's like being bottled up and has to go somewhere, right? And then the explosion of that like kind of rips your hand open more than having it like just holding it in your palm with your hand open. That makes sense?
Yeah.
So if they rigged it a certain way to where it could pocket into the beam somehow, that would make sense to me, I guess. And I know about kinetic energy in regards to like body movements and like sports and shit like that, like how your feet send energy all the way up to a baseball bat when you hit a baseball, right?
Well, like when an explosive is detonated, that's potential chemical energy being converted into kinetic energy.
Yes. So like a bullet,
Is
it's
that
not
what
just
you meant by the
gunpowder.
bullet? The gunpowder part? Is that what you were thinking?
Yeah, it's not just like gunpowder
Okay,
just
okay,
on
I
a
didn't know
surface.
that.
It's more of like it's combusted. It's like locked into a
Yeah.
place. It has to like go somewhere, right? The energy has to go somewhere.
Launch it, right.
And I'm figure like if someone like rigged up the beams to be a certain way, I don't know if paints the idea. I don't know if that's the idea. Unless this nanothermite thing, Amy, is like different to where it can be like maybe on the surface and actually like kind of slice through the beams, like you said. Because I saw images of that, of like the beams were like they look like slanted cut almost, like a fucking lightsaber went through it almost, if that makes sense. Amy, if you're there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly, but if you applied it in just this certain localized region, like if you painted a stripe on that spot, maybe that would do it. You know, like I haven't seen this material used, so I don't know how much crazier it is than the thing that you see. You've seen the video where they melt a car block with regular thermite, right?
I've
No?
seen something where they had to rig it a certain way for the regular thermite to like cut through like metal like that. Almost
Yeah,
like they
there's
had to
something
like
called a
embed it.
shape charge, but I didn't follow that too closely. But that they use in regular standard wiring a building for demolition. So, you know, and who knows, maybe they put some of those in, but then you have to do the timing. So it looks like building 7 was wired for demolition, but building the two big towers were blown up. So, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know how detailed, you know, how careful they would have had to do to get the beams to fail, because you know that whole story about the pancake theory where the top floor, the structural support fails, one floor falls into the other, and then that cascades. Well, that doesn't solve the beams. So you have these huge beams going way up in the air. What breaks them? And you know, how come they're just all broken up, small enough to fit on trucks to be taken away, which is what you would do in a controlled demolition. That's a standard procedure that they're thinking how big to make the cuts so that it will be able to be hauled away. But how, you know, how did that just happen to happen? You know, because of the pancake. That doesn't make any sense. That was always one of the early critiques of the official story by the guy who passed away. Who was the guy? I'll look it up. One of the earliest big spokespeople about it.
Well, that never logically, like, with my eyes, didn't make sense to me. Where like, okay, a plane goes through these like upper floors, and then that means those floors are kind of missing, right? Let's say they collapse, and those top floors fall into the other floors, not the middle, not the bottom, but like relatively high up on the buildings. I'm pretty sure, and that causing the rest of the building below it to collapse like that did not make sense to me personally. But I could be getting details wrong. But that's, I think, the explained idea, right, of the pancake theory. Whereas like the plane just destroyed these floors and caused the top part to fall on the bottom. Yeah.
One of the two towers, the top starts to twist and then it would topple, right? But no, it just vaporizes. It just blows up and then falls straight down. Because it started to rock and you know, torque. And so then that means the thing's going to topple over and come down next to the building, not in the footprint of the building, but no, it blows up and vanishes into the footprint. So that, you know, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and in fact, even if it was, the impact was so hard, I would have think it like the top part would have fell into the kind of upper middle part and just like fell to the side, hitting it. Maybe it jarred it quite a bit, but it would still take time for the rest of it to start coming down.
Right, because what made the top section that wasn't struck by a plane above the plane impact site, what made that fail within itself? Nothing.
Well, I'm saying like the plane going through that section, maybe the beams were shut out, like got shut on in that area, and then the top part fell into the middle part.
You're right. The top part relative to the part below the plane, sure. But what about the whole top part within itself? There's nothing to cause that to compress.
Yeah, that didn't make sense to me either. I thought it'd like kind of maybe fall as a whole and then just like crumble to the side. Then maybe as time went by, maybe the rest would like fall down in whatever other way. But I'm just saying, like logically looking at him, like it didn't make sense to me, like my eyes personally. But I can't say I know personally. I don't know. But all right, let's keep playing this. You look up that name, Amy. Let's keep playing. Here we go.
He also suggests that there were lots of different types of paint of this type of primer paint being used, not just one, because there's lots of different types, and so you might have got one sample, but there are lots of others. The type that includes.
May I come in?
Yeah, okay, come in.
Because there are paint in the dust. There are paint samples in the dust, but they don't react.
There's lots of different compositions of paint is what he's making.
It's contradicting the NIST reports. But why don't he publish this? If he claims this, he's in contradiction with the NIST report. He's contradiction with our findings. We have published it.
You don't think there are lots of different types of paint being used at
Not according to the.
What?
I said, booyah, publish it. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah. There we go.
Predicting the NIST report. But why don't he publish this? If he claims this, he's in contradiction with the NIST report. His contradiction with our findings. We have published it.
You don't think there are lots of different types of paint being used at
Not according to the NIST report. Tell us about it.
It's pretty simple.
This type of primer is
Tell us about
painted
it.
all over the Manhattan Bridge in New York to protect the steel cables.
And this is the
And
counter, I
the
guess.
temperature at which the red-grey chips start to react is exactly what you would expect from this type of paint.
We didn't.
And guess what? If you burn the paint that they're
terrible.
talking about, the primer paint they look at, it would burn out exactly around about 430 to 450 degrees centigrade.
No.
Well, Professor Christopher Pistorius
Oh.
from Carnegie Mellon says it would.
Yeah, but I have made experiments with primer paint from the towers. And
You've made experiments on what?
As a few, but I have made experiments on authentic primer paint from the towers. I've heated it up, and I promise you, nothing happens until 800 degrees, and what you have left is black tar. Combustion.
It's not a well-known paper, is it? A well-known journal.
No, but it has benefits, which I'm ready to explain, and one of them
It
is.
doesn't go on an abstract service, does it? To other scientists.
I don't know.
No, it doesn't.
There's like hardcore grilling instead of
But
like.
leading journals would.
Yeah, well,
They would
here's
get
the
a
problem with your
rigorous
paper, but we
peer
don't even have
There are
one.
three reasons why the leading journal would not accept it, for several reasons. One of them is that it is very long, and in a journal which has a printed version, you would never be allowed to put in 33 color pictures. But most importantly to us is that it's an open journal. And you must understand that it is always the scientists who pay for the publication. No matter which kind of journal you're talking about, it's always the scientists paying, because there's the same people reading as there's the same people publishing. So if you pay for the journal by subscription, is basically the same thing as if you pay what we call a page charge. And sometimes you pay both, actually. You both pay for the subscription and you pay for the printing. There's always the scientist paying. But this concept, which is a little new, they tried to break the monopoly of the old journals, which has pushed the subscription rates into what you would say very high levels.
Phantasmagoria.
Beyond reach of ordinary people. If you want to read a paper from one of the old conventional journals, you have either to be affiliated an institution or go to the library. It's beyond reach for any single individual to subscribe to this because they're simply too expensive. Now, this new concept, which was endorsed by my dean,
Was it for a moment, Jordan?
relies on a different mechanism because it's
This issue he's talking about just whether or not somebody's able to even publish their work, or whether or not somebody's able to just go and read somebody's published work is a huge fucking problem.
The way he's describing it, I can imagine. Well, if it's actually like that, that's fucking crazy. Isn't that stupid? That's dumb.
Yeah.
If whatever, even if we don't know anything about it, right? We're dummies about it. Let's say we're just curious. It should be like well published for everyone to see, right? Because these guys are studying our material reality, right? In a way, right? So like,
Yeah. And one of the issues this leads to is something called publication bias, where if a study isn't, showing something surprising or shocking, or if it's not considered groundbreaking, then it just fucking sits there and collects dust. The whole thing basically gets mothballed.
I can imagine that actually, which is sad. There's maybe a sense of prestige about certain things, which is sad, which is very sad actually, and actually unscientific. honestly, because it should be able to, like, the idea should be like some random Joe could figure this shit out too. That's the idea, right? It's about
If
getting
they
the
read
right
enough, yeah,
answer.
they should be able to figure out whatever the hell they want.
Or if they did their own thing and they found your journal one day, they should be able to be like, no, that's not right. I got the shit right over here. Right? That should be the case as well. Like, it should be up to, the point should be to find the right answer, not to, I guess, shake the right hands.
That is so cute, Jordan. Wow. That is so cute.
I'm saying what the idea should be, Amy,
And it
not
should
what it
be, and this is
is.
what science was, but it's been corrupted by interests and industries and like the pharmaceutical industry. The journal editors of Lancet, I think, wrote an editorial. The editors wrote an editorial about how the whole thing is dominated by the industry. So you're not really able to get a full discussion of ideas, you know?
I love how Amy made me feel like I'm naive about this when I just said the right answer. But anyways, let's keep it moving. Here we go.
Sorry, I'm just a little bitter, that's all.
Now, a paper from one of the old conventional journals, you have either to be affiliated an institution or go to the library. It's beyond reach for any single individual to subscribe to this because they're simply too expensive. Now, this new concept, which was endorsed by my dean, relies on a different mechanism because it's free. So point one, it's everyone can download it, and we wanted this to happen. Point two, it would never come out, have a printed version because there are too many illustrations. Point three, we kept the copyrights of all the pictures. We still have the copyrights. If you want to show a picture from this, you would have to ask me because I have the copyrights. But if it had been one of the other journals, you would have to ask the journal. So these are very good reasons for using this one.
Okay. Either way, once again, I will link the whole thing. I don't know how well YouTube does with BitChute. I think I tried this before. I believe it works, but you never know. So if I link this and the link doesn't work because YouTube's a bunch of fuck faces or whatever, let me know and I'll try to get it to you somehow. But that's a small portion with, I guess, rebuttals in it than what I originally saw, which is this whole thing, which is him and his camera crew. You can see the BBC guys sitting behind camera and, like, I guess having every argument on paper to counter whatever the fuck he says, even though this guy is not studied in that area or that discipline. Just for my own logic, it was, like, kind of embarrassing. Like, why would you do that? Bring on a guy who knows what he's talking about, I guess, or claims to know what he's talking about. Bring that guy on or girl on and let them argue with this guy. Do that instead. But then again, that'd be someone trying to pursue the fucking truth.
Oh, criminal.
I know. Embarrassing, isn't it, Joe? The way we do things is fucking embarrassing. Don't worry.
Like a bad cartoon.
Yeah. I guess, like, for no reason. This was on YouTube, by the way, when I first saw this. Why is that banned? Why is that banned? Someone tell me. It makes no fucking sense at all. What was the guy's main argument? Hey, man, bring up a counterpoint then. Bring a counter argument or a counter study or whatever, right?
Something.
Do you get banned for that? That's crazy, right? This is the world we live in, but I think we knew that already. All right. There's your video. There's your 4-hour video. That's right. Mark it down. Sit down. 4 hours.
I will not give you a question. You are fake news.
You're gay. Sit down.
You're gay. You're a B word, and I just don't like you.
That's a nasty question, Jordan. You shouldn't ask me nasty questions. Ask me a nice question.
What did the kids say? That's nasty work. Pause. Either way, there's your video. Please subscribe if you feel like. Comment, agree, disagree. Tell me what you think in the comment section about anything. I mean, we went everywhere, I think. Pause.
Yeah, we've been all over the fucking place today.
Also, pause for Joe. Yes. It's all there. But, yeah, tell me what you think in the comment section. Do not forget to share, support, hopefully donate to all the links in the description box. They're charities. Except for the very last link. That's my little Cash App thing, but don't worry about that one. Give it to charities. Also, Discord link if you want to join the Discord. Please go ahead. It's not the one we're in right now, but the other one that I'm in every so often. Please join up. All opinions are welcome. All of them. Swear to God. And yes, everything you saw today will be linked in the description box. So please watch it on your own. Come up with your own thoughts, ideas, opinions, questions, whatever the fuck. Go there with it. And then if you say, hey, Jordan, you never heard about this idea, have you? Go ahead, link the fucking video or tell me about the video. And I'll react to it because I try really hard. I do. I try too hard. So please tell me about it in the comment section. Yeah, with all that said, please give this video a thumbs down. Yeah.